The paragraphs that I have highlighted contains material facts that do not relate to the proceedings before the Senate. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, the paragraphs that I have indicated mentions individuals or makes reference to individuals who are not party to these proceedings. For example, Mr. Speaker, sir, a look at paragraph 53 of the said document appearing at page 9 of the document make references to the governor of Kisii County. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, at paragraph 61, at page 13 of the document, again, the document makes reference to the spouse, that's the first lady, to the governor of Kisii County. Equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the pages makes reference to matters of budgets, and more so paragraph 56, 57, 58, at page, all the way to page 11. Those are not matters that forms part and parcel of these proceedings. The consequence of this pleading will only embarrass individuals who are not party to these proceedings, and not just embarrass, but deny them an opportunity to appear and be heard by this distinguished house. We all understand that it's strike law that the doctrines of natural justice, granting a party an opportunity to be heard, is one of the principles elucidated under Article 50 of the Constitution. And as such, Mr. Speaker, sir, the aforementioned paragraphs, it's our humble prayer that the same should be expunged from record, as they do not form part and parcel of the allegations contained in the charge now read to the Deputy Governor. As I sum up, Mr. Speaker, sir, and invite my learned friend, Mr. Mutuma, for supplementary submissions, permit me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to lead the House to page 12 of the document and paragraph F, just to indicate the irrelevance of the evidence contained. It makes reference to the members of the Judicial Service Commission. The allegations are that the Judicial Service Commission, that the effect of conducting county affairs, I may read in verbatim, and files at the personal residence is that the governor's wife attends meetings, makes inputs to official county matters, and serves as both protocol officers and deputy governor, inter alia, the Judicial Service Commission. In determining the relevance of these averments contained in the foresaid paragraphs, we invite the Senate to interrogate the purpose of such kind of averments, the objective of such kind of averments, and whether or not they inform the charge. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to guide the House to page 15 at paragraph 64. Again, it makes references to individuals not before this assembly, make references to video clips and photos that did not form part and parcel of the evidence at the county assembly. Suffice to note that during the proceedings at the county assembly, the deputy governor, beg your pardon, appeared before the county assembly and filed his response dated the 29th of February. These video clips have no relevance to the proceedings, and I'm aware that it may prejudice the senators' determination as to the relevance of these video clips because they have not yet been played. We had the opportunity of reviewing them and analyzing them.
The Constitution or any other law. Charge number 2 is contained at pages 18, abuse of office. Charge number 3 is contained at page 20. Crime under national law, and as gross misconduct in the same page. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, in response to those charges, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Governor of Kisii responded through arrest. Those responses are the following. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the Deputy Governor's response, as from page 8, the Deputy Governor creates new charges that were not part of the County Assembly's charges. One of those is incompetence, budget absorption, budget variation, use of senior staff, mortgage provision, use of personal home for county functions and files and documents, not working with other leaders, use of an official personal on county matters, and he proceeds to make a defense on those charges. Those charges have not been read to the deputy governor, but this house is being invited to make a determination on those matters. It would be a waste of crucial time for this house to proceed and listen to a defense that contains a response to charges that were not part of the charges by the county assembly. Ask the honorable senators to expunge that part of the response because it has no bearing, it has no relevance to these proceedings. That is all, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The side of the county assembly, are you done with your opening statement?
Mr. Speaker, sir, we addressed the Honorable House pursuant to Rule 10 on preliminary issues because our opening remarks or statements may not be material until this question is determined because it will inform on how then our opening remarks then will be made and put across.
You see, Council, you could have made your opening remarks, and in so doing, you raise these issues so that the team from the deputy governor, representing the deputy governor, in their opening statement also will have an opportunity also to respond to your preliminary objections. And thereafter, then the Senate will make a determination on those issues.
I am well guided, Mr. Speaker, sir, but as a practitioner, I think I'm so fixated to the court proceedings, which dictate
Your position, then have your seat.
I may be guided, Mr. Speaker, sir. Then
Well, I've guided you.
perhaps
but
then I
start
can make
your
the
proceeding.
opening remarks, if you may allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll take the first 10 minutes, then I'll share with my colleagues in respect to the opening remarks.
What is the point of order, Senator, for Baringo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened keenly to the councils for the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, I thought your guidance was clear because the stage you are in, Mr. Speaker, as per the program, is actually opening statement on behalf of the county assembly. I am worried, Mr. Speaker, that if we allow further, we are likely to lose the track. Mr. Speaker, this is not a case between this assembly, or rather this house, and any of the parties. It is their case. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead that perhaps you reconsider your position because we wanted therefore to, and again, Mr. Speaker, for you to be directed that you make a finding at this point. It is not the speaker, it is the house. So, Mr. Speaker, guide us on that issue because a very sensitive matter. This house is being watched now across the country and the world.
Senator Mogene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna, you don't have to beg. I will give you an opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, maybe just to assist counsel for the county assembly. You know, I thought his opening remarks would have given him an opportunity to summarize for us, senators, what the case for the county assembly is, so that he sets the stage for us to make a following. In terms of the objections that he has, when after evidence be adduced by the deputy governor, maybe he could raise his objection. But he should utilize, with tremendous respect to him, the opening remarks to summarize for us, because we just want to know, to have a glimpse of the case that is facing the deputy governor. And you have guided him. Maybe we should also advise him that it's good you take the ruling of the speaker so that you follow and you make these proceedings simpler for us to follow.
Yeah, Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to all the senior counsel who have spoken before me, I believe that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and the counsel for the assembly is very much in order to require that a ruling be made on the preliminary request. The only thing I fault them for is being too verbose on a very simple request. A request has been made pursuant to Rule 10 of these proceedings that a witness be summoned by this House. We need to make a decision after hearing from the team for the Deputy Governor on whether there's going to be any prejudice if this gentleman called David Hagai Oyagi is summoned. That is a matter that has to be dispensed before we hear opening remarks. Mr. Speaker, the second request is expunging of certain paragraphs that are being claimed not to be relevant. That's all this council needed to say without going into too many stories, because we would want to get into the meat of the argument. But, Honorable Speaker, preliminary matters must be dealt with at the preliminary point. Or we're going to hear and what we're not. I request that the House makes a determination on the request to summon this gentleman, and if it is after hearing the council deputy governor, then we move. Then we look at on the question whether we want to expunge those paragraphs, or we wait, we see the irrelevance, then we expunge at that particular point. That is the guidance that I wanted to give the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Fernandez.
Mr. Speaker, I agree largely with my colleagues who have spoken before me. We needed to either we allow the councils for the county assembly to make opening remarks. But I thought, Mr. Speaker, as a tradition and precedent, we always dispense. Sorry, we always dispense of the preliminary objections. And on the issue of expunging the paragraphs that they have requested, the summoning of witnesses, Mr. Speaker, I thought you should have guided them so that we dispense of. But now the question should be, when you invited them to speak for 30 minutes, was it on the aspect of their opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, or was it on the aspect of raising preliminary objections? Because in my thinking, he would have allowed that the preliminary objections are raised, dispensed of, then now it sets down for the engagement. And in the opening remarks, my colleague, Mr. Speaker, they should have given us an overview of their case. With no pun intended, Mr. Speaker, it should have been like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover essentials, short enough to arouse curiosity, Mr. Speaker, so that it gives and sets the tone, Mr. Speaker, of Mr. Speaker, so that it sets the tone. I'm not making, I said, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no pun intended. Can you be listening carefully, my colleagues? So that is, I was just saying, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I will protect you if you're orderly.
Yes, I'm orderly, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I'm orderly, Mr. Speaker, because I was saying in opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, it should be something that is long enough to cover essentials and something short enough to arouse curiosity. And that is what is all about the opening statement, Mr. Speaker. So my request allow us to raise the PO, dispense of the preliminary objections, then allow them to give them their opening remarks, and I've given them a simple advice, and I hope they will take it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, allow me to guide the House as follows. If you look at the program, between 11:45 to 12:15, that time was reserved for the opening statement of the County Assembly. and thereafter to be followed by the opening statement on behalf of the Deputy Governor. Now, honorable senators, as the County Assembly is making its opening statement, they can, on the same breath, raise the preliminary objections. Thereafter, when the Deputy Governor is making the opening statement, in the same breath, they can respond to the preliminary objections raised by the County Assembly. Look at the document before you. It contains some preliminary objections by the Deputy Governor. And I want to believe as they're making their statement, they will also canvass objections, to which then I will allow the County Assembly to respond. Thereafter, honorable senators, you'll have an opportunity to deliberate on those preliminary objections. Then to hear, because we cannot assign time to hear only preliminary objections, dispense with them, then come back for opening statements. Let us handle them at the same time. So, County Assembly, your 30 minutes is long gone. However, with this new direction that I've given, the directive that I've given, I will allow you to put what is the case of the County Assembly. You have dealt more on the preliminary objections. Proceed to state.
Bribes. And we have prepared for the disbelief among them and a painful moment. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 29th, the county government of Kisii, through the Guasco, advertises for a job for the commercial manager. The job is carried on the newspaper. The deputy governor gets to know about it, informs his friend, Mr. Joseph Mosati, whom he alleges he has been friends for the last 32 years, that here is an opportunity where your son can take or can be absorbed into the employment, makes arrangements on how to extort, defraud, and benefit with 800,000 shillings, creates a scheme where he meets the managing director of Guasco, informs her in advance that I have a candidate who will be presenting his application before you, convinces her or attempts to convince her that at the appropriate time, I will do the necessary. And the necessary hearing being bribing the director of Guasco for purposes of return of a favor in favor of Dennis Mosati. Dennis Mosati is given the responsibility by his father to raise the 800,000 shillings. A young man, a poor man, a jobless man, a family man, a man who is destitute and desperate for a job, does all that is within his means, sells his salon so as to raise the 800,000 shillings, sells all his households, sufurias and everything else, so that he can raise the 800,000 shillings as sought by the deputy governor. Succeeds in that mission, raises the money even from his friends, and upon the success of the mission of raising the 800,000 shillings, forwards the same. The father is involved in that scheme, the mother is involved in that scheme, but finally the money lands to the deputy governor. Through the M-Pesa, through cash, the county assembly shall give evidence to that extent that yes, money was sent from the M-Pesa of Joseph Mosati, money was sent from the M-Pesa of Dennis Mosati, the complainant, and equally money was sent from the M-Pesa of Ann Musati. And the money all landed to the benefit of the M-Pesa of the deputy governor. Subsequently, on the same day, the deputy governor sends 100,000 shillings to one Lucy Wahito. Upon receipt of this 100,000 shillings, Lucy Wahito, the managing director of Guasco, is perplexed, wonders why the deputy governor has decided to be that generous. Upon placing a call to the deputy governor in search of the reason for the forwarding of the remittance of the said amount, the deputy governor merely makes a statement. You remember what I told you? This is meant for what I had told you when I summoned you in my office. The good Lucy Muhito decides to resend the said amount, refuses to be influenced, refuses to be bribed, refuses to be corrupt. In essence, Lucy Wahito meets the qualification of the qualifications of the persons described by the Bible and by the Quran, refuses to be corruptible. Finally, the deputy governor receives the money, 100,000 shillings, resent back to him, and makes no further follow-ups. In his defense, he says that this was made to you, Lucy, as an error, takes no efforts to refund the same, to reverse, or even to call Lucy for the reversal. The other limb of the case, Mr. Speaker, sir, is where the deputy governor decides to abuse his office. Being the powerful man that he is, and his brother being the miserable old man that he is.
Thank you followers, thank you viewers. Kuna vile stima imetutoka kidogo, but kindly endelea kushare, we are working on it. Imerudi, so we are waiting for the machines to be opened, to open themselves. So we are waiting awana minto. Popote pale mlipo, endelea share kabisa. Nirute isko gari Agent TV na bosa sensemo ya YouTube, sensemo ya Facebook. Tunyara ko batogo sange birengere, because this is one of the promotions toranyara ko batogo sira na andos nabonya ko bakubeke sentiment ya gabu boyona bonya ko tumari swaliri go gabu wose otome a concern about a case, because one case yekigani kira Senate boygo ekero omoyego yoranya ko bagokorera ntonyara ko batugo chigosema ne kigima togo chikoborania amang'ana igobono ritkudia rero maragoba ntonyara ko batoko ba live egere tubura nga kimoro chinu the impeachment iyo moske deputy governor Robert Onsare Monda oyu amang'ana agendere tugokwanirwa sense media senate boigona bunya kuliko kunya kulika liswali lyabo gabu egere tunya ko batukulikwanira masema. Asante sana sori mwensi magende tukunya gosoime yo murubiro. Asante sana, this is Jet TV egeta sena mbe mugi achire nkuma tukunya konya ko batugusukania haigana egeta sena mbe mo endelea kushare. By the way, you people, thank you so much. Thank you so much, the followers, the subscribers. Tunapoendelea kushughulikia mitambo, unaweza kuendelea kutuma ujumbe wako ili tuweze kushughulikia mambo mengine. Asante sana kama unaendelea kunipata, asante sana. Natumai kwamba yote yanaendelea kushughulikiwa na wadadisi wetu wa kimitambo. Na nikitumai kwamba kila kitu itakuwa sawa wakati tu tunapoingia hewani. Asante sana. Asante sana wana mwanju murigilia ndonse sukibaterete chinsa mweti chabono charagire chinsa isa nemo nenusu ga chireka isa to chibya nenusu. Asante sana. Tunapoendelea yaya haya tunapoendelea kushughulikia mitambo kwa sababu stima iliweza kupotea, ndipo tukaweza kupotea hewani. Naona kwamba mafundi wetu wanaendelea kushughulikia swala hilo. Najua hii ni maswala ya kimitambo tu, lakini endelea kushare link kwa sababu muda usiokuwa mrefu zaidi tunaingia hewani. Muda usiokuwa mrefu zaidi, muda wa dakika takriban 5-6 hivi tutakuwa tunarudi hewani, ndiposa tuweze kushughulikia masuala kama haya. Asante sana wale wote ambao wanaendelea kufuatilia proceedings za Senate kwa kupitia kesi hii ya Robert Onsare Monda ambaye ni naibu wa gavana katika kaunti ya Kisii. Tunaendelea kufuatilia swala hilo kwa ukaribu sana kama sisi Agent TV. Tunaendelea tushughulikie jambo hilo, ndiposa tuweze kuona ni yepi ambayo yatafuata baada ya hayo. Na vile vile wakienda kwa katika maankuli ya mchana, sisi tu tutabaki tukiwa tukichanganua yale ambayo wamekuwa wakiyasema na vile ambavyo wanatarajiwa kufanya siku ya leo, kwa sababu unaona kwamba wakili ambaye anawakilisha kaunti ya Kisii anaendelea kufanya mambo yao ya rahisi kwa maseneta wetu wa kaunti wa Kenya. Naenda kuelezea kesi ambayo imeweza kuletwa na County Assembly of Kisii, na ndiposa waweze kuona ni yepi yatafuata baadaye, lakini kwa sasa tunaendelea kufuata kwa sababu ya mitambo ambayo iweza kukatika, ndipo tunaona kwamba imekuwa ni shida kidogo, lakini mwisho tutayashughulikia kwa sababu mitambo najua ni hali tu ni hali tu, ni hali mitambo, ni hali tu. Kwa hivyo natumai kwamba tutashirikiana tunapoendelea kushughulikia jambo hili. Endelea kusubscribe kwenye Gent TV ndiposa tuweze kupeana moyo. Endelea kusubscribe kindly, endelea kusubscribe tunapoendelea kushughulikia jambo hili la network ya stima. Actually ni stima imeweza kupotea, ndiposa tukaweza kupotea hewani. Kwa hivyo naomba kwamba tuweze kushirikiana, tukaweze kushirikiana. Endelea kushare kwa sababu naona kwamba stima sasa inaenda kufanya mambo yake iwe mzuri, na nikiangalia nikana kwamba mambo si mabaya sana, Kwa hivyo asante sana, niandikie ujumbe uniambie kwamba wewe fikra zako ni zipi ukifuatilia suala hili la naibu wa gavana wa kaunti wa Kisii ambaye sasa yuko katika Senate baada ya kupigwa nje na wabunge wa kaunti hiyo ya Kisii kwa ajili ya kuweza kushika hongo na kuweza kutumia ofisi yake vibaya. Kwa hivyo tuwekee mabambo hapo. Maoni yako ni yepi kuhusiana na kesi hii ya kaunti ya Kisii? Mangana mnagendera tukwateka kurwese kaunti ya Kisii timati ng'aenga yoke bwaterete chinsa chiga chia bono ekero togendete konya gushughulikire mitambo sing'enche stima yacha yabwata yasalia mang'ana kigima, lakini natumai kwamba tutazidi kusonga pamoja. Asante sana wale ambao wote wanaendelea kufuatilia kwenye Gent TV. Thank you for believing Gent TV, na hili ndilo shirika peke yake linaweza kukupa ile ambayo wewe mwenyewe unaweza kuhitaji, na tunaomba muweze kutupa nafasi ndiposa tuweze kuwapasha yale ambayo yanafanyika kila wakati, kila ujao. Kwa hivyo asante sana wale ambao wote wanaendelea kufuatilia Gent TV, kwa vile tunaendelea kushughulikia mambo ambayo yameweza kufanyika hapa na pale kwenye kesi yake naibu wa gavana wa kaunti ya Kisii. Niko bana abantu baminto ndo sasa more kwenye Gent TV. Endelea kusubscribe, endelea kulike, endelea kufollow kwenye mtandao wa YouTube, kwenye mtandao wa Facebook, tukiendelea kushughulikia mtandao, tukiendelea kushughulikia namna ambayo tunaweza kuwaletea hewani, kwa sababu kwa njia moja ama nyingine imeweza kupotea kabisa kwa sababu ya mitambo ya stima, na ni wazi dhahiri shahiri kwamba unajua stima ni mojawapo ya. Asante sana wale ambao wote wanaendelea kusoma ama kuandika message, unasema kwamba Robert Salmon aweze kutembea nyumbani. Asante sana. Sijui wewe maoni yako ni yepi? Endelea kupeana maoni katika hapo comment section. Endelea kupeana maoni comment section. Tunya kwa to gosange birengera yo asingije ngana yabeire igekoreta ali uruchiri nene kurwase county ya Kisii, kurwase nchi ya Kenya, kurwase abasani wetu kuru diaspora. Ni kitu ambayo imeleta mtafaruku mkubwa sense yetu ya Kenya, usase county ya Kisii iko kwenye utuma ujumbe yao gagu hekero tokanyete mitambo ya itenya ariko bage kuirana nomo sencho yeki mitambo ya gendera kunya ko ba ku subscribe, gendera kunya ko ba ko share, gendera kunya ko ba ko like, so that tunya ko ba to sange birengera ekero togendera kunya kuligereria mangana iga afu na genda tukunya ko ba watika ime ya isiko ye ensemo ya usio se ya Kenya egera tunya ko to weseme nkike to gone to karantu n'abantu nkike to gende to kyuburai anara mangana tuju twara barai amangana kominyukani wa ngana alia aya no mang'ana y'oburai naende goika tonyara koba egere gochi motua ase bari bagocha anyway ase bari bagocha bang'a babeire abarai ase amatuko agocha banyara koba bakoreta amang'ana buna aye gagenderete ase county ya Kisii naende tiga tonyara koba togoteba ng'a abarai baito tiga tosikane tiga totware amasikani ekegwachoria ase nguru kiama genderera kowork na abarai bari bande mwachoria na abarabwo tiga goika aye bono buna kwabeire kwanyara koba gokoruka amang'ana ande ya abarai bande abo mwachoria twabwo. Na egento kende mitambo inasumbua kidogo lakini tunaendelea kufuatilia kwa ukaribu sana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much Solomons Maganda tutakonya kuwatia muroberi oyo na tutakuwa tunawaletea ngarambe hii Nimeita ngarambe kwa sababu mambo si mazuri hapa nje. Hili ni jambo ambalo linaweza kupoteza kazi. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yes. Kwa hivyo endelea kuzungumzia maswala yake Monda. By the way, Monda amekuwa akizungumziwa, amekuwa breaking news. Leo ni siku yake and we need to know what are your feels concerning the settings of the Senate. Tumenga ibengere bya umbiribi sense ya Senate ekeregende tukunya kuira ali bagali yabo egere tunyare kumayanga kiamanganare ngase Senate ikatumanga kiamanganare ngase Senate asingenjo tokoletera life lakini ni mitambo na uroche bintu hivyo na kama bantu nipate problem kidogo kidogo, lakini tutajaribu kuona kwamba unapata habari hii kwa njia ambayo ni utendeti, kwa njia ambayo ni ukamilifu zaidi. Tunga aigano enere gasido toranya ko togo kwa amangana na kunyana kabaka kwa egere yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, ekero Senate egenderete konya korwa amang'ana buna agendete konya kabaka gwatika timati ng'aenga yokebwaterete chinsa buna echiga chia bono gendera kuru ujumbe yago tebe ng'akia yoroche ng'amang'ana aya amonda mbuyari amang'ana aya amonda yako vipi yani yako vipi oikomaete tonyara koba togosemania egere tonyara koba tokobekirana amang'ana because at the end of the day Senate ngonyare koba make a decision yae egoro yeng'ane yiga naende nere buya buna into abantu ba Kisii County tonyara koba twekwebeka mbele igoro ya mang'ana aya iga asing'encha at the end of the day at the end of the day ntogani komanya ng'akia mang'ana are ground yeah iko bana ndonse asoro mwanchu murigereri tugokwaregani yeah. Thank you so much abantu baminto andonse asimole endelea kushare, endelea kulike Kisii County Deputy Governor Impeachment negendereta ase Senate igo tarina negente ekegeni negento kiabeire gegokwanirwa ase amatuko bono naende goika tonyara koba tokora ng'egento eke iga ng'ai gekoera gochia egento eke iga eseneti oroche ng'a eseneti ng'akia amang'ana abare gente kiganga kingo chiko win zita county assembly ose mondo monyene namangana kiwase ase aigama egayoko nyora kobanga oibichi kurase county assembly ya Kisii
to effect the arrest. So that the issue of the number of people, the issue of the summons for a guy is really relevant. It doesn't change anything. What matters is whether or not Dr. Monda was right to have reported and whether the police were acting within. Because for your direction, your assistant is threatening me with 15 minutes. My conscience, I'm aware that my colleagues used over 1 hour. I would only pray for, because I'm yet to address the issue of the preliminary, the issue of the expansion,
ya
expanding some documents. I just pray
ina
for,
senate genrete kero
equal
togunya
time.
gushughulikire mitambo kidogo tu chinsanke yo
Council,
kuribona
that is not a threat. That wasn't a threat. Indeed, you have 15 minutes. If you're not done within those 15 minutes, then you can make your plea, and I will direct when we get there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would request the honorable senators to look at the document filed by the deputy governor, and it is marked DG in blue. And if you look at page 56, page 56 contains the only document we received from that public participation, being a memorandum written by one Benson Nyakaka Misario, saying that the deputy Now, Mr. Speaker, so that then creates the link between our factual response to and we have factually responded to all the things that Mr. Nyakaga has raised. And our main defense is that these are not issues we are responsible for. It is more of in the hands of the chief executive, the governor himself. The question of a budget that had been passed by the assembly having been manipulated and changed after the assembly had passed. The issue of the Kisii County budget not having been utilized for the last over 18 months. The issue of the deputy governor's wife being the one who is actually in charge of the county. All those issues are accusations against the governor, and we had to respond to them. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members of the Senate, when you go back to reflect on whether you will expand these paragraphs from paragraph 48, we request that you keep a clear mind about the dichotomy of this issue. If the reason for wanting to expand is that it was not part of the case at the county assembly, then that is wrong on the face of it, because it was part of the case. They went for public participation, we were served with this document, and so we had to come and respond to it. However, if their argument is that it is not part of the 5 grounds that Honorable Siocha moved when he was seeking impeachment, before then he asked for public participation, then that's a different issue. But we pray that you please do not expand them merely because, or rather on the ground that it was not part of the case at the county assembly. It indeed was part of the case at the county assembly, and you will see it on the face of the documents. Now, you've then been asked to remove those documents because they are not relevant. I would like to submit to you, honorable senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, that the question of whether those are relevant or not belongs to you. It doesn't belong to the judgment of the assembly. It's not the assembly who says, we went for public participation. We enjoy the parts where they say, remove the deputy governor because he disrespects the wife of the governor, because he has taken a bribe. We don't want this, we want this. It is not for them to choose what should eventually come to you. It is for you to determine whether or not they are relevant. And so I insist that you retain that paragraph 48 to the last and determine at the end of your whole process whether they are relevant or not. And nobody should take away your if I were in court, I would say your jurisdiction to determine the relevance of that and to apply it in the question of whether or not you agree with the motion for impeachment. Now, my colleague was very specific. He says that, for instance, at paragraph 61, there is reference to the wife and to the governor, and that those people are not here to defend themselves. And we are saying that's not the correct position. We are not here to discuss, we are not here to determine the status, the fate, and the situation of the governor and his wife. We are here merely to defend ourselves. We received a notice from Benson telling us for these grounds, the governor should additionally be impeached. And we just come here to say, no, you shouldn't impeach us for that reason, because these are our reasons. And if it were to be then the case that in our defense, we are saying that it is not the deputy governor who is responsible for the changes in the budget, for non-use of the budget, and so on and so forth. If that is the case, that it is the governor, that's our defense. It is not intended to bring into issue the governor and his wife. It is only merely meant to persuade you that indeed that's not a ground upon which you should impeach the governor. We would therefore be asking you to determine the question of the place of the public participation in these proceedings, because that is actually a product of the public participation. And I would probably just want to mention one thing to you, that at page 41, in the public participation, if you look at page 41 of the, if you look at volume 1 of the Assembly's bundle, page 41, they have brought to you the product of the public participation, as they say. And this, what was said at Birongo Ward is something that appears in quite a number of other places where public participation occurred. Bullet number 2, it says this: the members also lamented that the deputy governor does not respect the county first lady, and therefore the MCA should be allowed to perform their duty of impeaching him. So that public participation that was initiated by county assembly in itself, in many places said, unless the deputy governor is prepared to go and kneel before the first lady, he should be impeached. And we are saying we are not under an obligation to have to kowtow to the wife of the governor. Now, I would like also to invite you to page At page 36, there's another output of the public participation. This is, sorry, yeah, sorry, my apologies. Volume 1, the governors, the Assembly's bundle, volume 1, page 36. There are input from a place called Masimba Ward. In that Masimba Ward, it is said no members of public were at the venue when the secretariat arrived. And so there was no product of the public participation. However, and this will be our case, that there has been a continuous generation, fabrication of documents and material to incriminate the deputy governor. If you look at the letter from there's a letter dated 8th of March. I'm afraid probably the honorable members may not have this, but this is a letter dated 8th of March written to Honorable Robert Onsare Monda, telling him, come and defend yourself. It is written by one of your staff members, one Tekaya Ogoso. And he says, some of the people who you will need to come and respond to at page 3 is a gentleman by the name Muse Shamba from Masimba Ward. So you have public participation report from the county saying nothing happened here. But you suddenly have somebody who has been set up to come and say, this is what Masimba Ward is saying. And we're saying this is part of the long and false fabrication of material to incriminate the deputy governor. For those reasons, Honorable Senate and Mr. Speaker, sir, we pray that you do not expunge that paragraph 48 to the end, and that probably at this point I should just move on to the preliminary objection and then call it a day. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, unlike my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, sir, I pray for just a few more minutes. Could I request for about 20 minutes, please? Kindly.
No, I'll give you a further
Thank-
15 minutes. 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Did you say 50? Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, unlike my colleagues, you will see at page, okay, the Deputy Governor's bundle, we have at page C, this ABCD, the first part of it, we have come out very clearly and said we will be raising a preliminary objection. And I would like to prosecute that preliminary objection and collaterally respond to the preliminary issue raised by my colleagues. In that preliminary objections, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have made reference to your I've made reference to the third schedule being your rules of procedure on impeachment. And those rules state to the effect that I have particular reference to Rule 14, Rule 20, and Rule 30. Rule 14 says any preliminary question or issue raised by the county assembly or by the governor shall be argued, and so on. And then at Rule 20, which is where I really want to place a lot of investment on, Rule 20. Rule 20 states, in presenting its evidence, the assembly shall not introduce any new evidence that was not part of the allegations against the governor by the county assembly as forwarded by the speaker of the county assembly to the speaker of the Senate. Now, honorable members, that section creates three thresholds. The first one is that it targets the county assembly. It doesn't target the subject of the impeachment. It doesn't say governor or deputy governor cannot introduce new evidence. It says the assembly shall not introduce new evidence. I pray, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the evidence, the new evidence introduced to this assembly by the county after the close of the proceedings of the 29 be expunged from the record, and we limit our case to what was presented to the Assembly. So the first issue is that it is a prohibition on the Assembly. Number two is that it prohibits new evidence. Number three, it's that it prohibits new allegations. And number four is that the limit is what were the conversation between the Speaker of the County Assembly and the Senate Speaker. Now, for purposes of determining that preliminary objection, we would be making reference to the letter dated 1st March 2023, being the letter written by the Speaker of the County Assembly to the Speaker of the Senate. And in that letter, at page 7 to page 8, they have listed the items that the Honorable Speaker read at the start of these proceedings, being the notice of motion, votes and proceedings, the order paper, and so on and so forth. However, when the letter was being written to the Deputy Governor, asking him to defend himself by a letter dated 8th of March, the contents of what the Speaker of Kisii County Assembly had forwarded to the Senate was changed completely. We have a new case completely. In the new document page, it has 3 pages. They have introduced the other one has about 20 documents. Even document number 20 is excluded. This new one has 24 documents. And if we are being faithful to the wording of that Rule 20, that there should be no new allegations, there should be no new evidence, and it should be limited to what the speakers communicated between themselves. Then this letter written by your staff member, Directorate of Legal Services, is a scenario where your staff is now changing the case that the Speaker of the Senate is aware of to another case altogether different. He now tells us we need to respond to issues of a video, a flash disk brought from Jen Bonareri, Mushe Samba, James Orenge, David Obiri, Che Mombasa, Fred Anyona. It asks us to also to respond to a report of public participation, which we have never seen. We are seeing it for the first time. We are looking at those flash disks for the first time as we come before you. It asks us to respond to contentions from David Akai. It asks us to respond to Gladys Aminga. And we are saying all these things were not part of what was in the county assembly and what we responded to. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, members of the assembly, we will be praying that you make a determination of the very substantive issues to this effect. Number one, whether a case that was determined at the county assembly can mutate so that by the time it is reaching here, it is a different case from what was at the county assembly, or you receive it as an escalation and limited to what was done at the county assembly. And whether you have original jurisdiction then to entertain a question of impeachment. Because in the flash, it is alleged that the deputy governor received some money, 20,000 from this person, 5,000 from this person, and that's not a case we have had an opportunity to respond to. The gentleman by the name Akai, who against whom the summons are being asked, is being asked to produce the summons, says, I was told by the ward administrator that this happens. Hearsay, first of all. But the second thing is, it is not an issue that we had an opportunity to respond to. And for those reasons, then, we pray that the new evidence introduced be expunged, and we have particular reference to the contents of paragraph 14, paragraph 22, paragraph 23, paragraph 24, and paragraph 25 of the letter from your Directorate of Legal Affairs, which changes the case from what the Speaker said. Now, in that same letter, the Directorate of Legal Affairs also says that please also find a letter from Mr. Ndegwa, which now brings new case. And we are saying, what is the wording of that Rule 20? It says what the Speaker communicated to the other one. When did Ndegwa become...
Counsel, that letter you're referring to.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. Actually, that one I can show
contained in a volume.
Yes, may I show you?
Kindly direct the honorable senators to the volume and to the page.
Yes, it is the County Assembly's bundle, volume 1, page 336, please. 336. Yes, 300, sorry, it's 335. It's the last page actually. It's practically the last page on the bundle, this bundle here, volume 1. And honorable members, even as you look at that letter, please allow me, I know you might not have this letter which was written to Dr. Monda telling him to come and defend himself, but allow me to just read the first paragraph. It says this: the Speaker of the Senate on 2nd of March 2024 received communication dated 1st March 2024, together with a bundle of documents, stock records, from the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kisii for removal from office of the Deputy Governor of Kisii, Dr. Monda, for impeachment. And then it is listed. Now, when you go to the second page of that document, then it says, sorry, it is in the first page. Item number 1, it says, a letter dated 1st of April. No, sorry, this one you do not, I'm just referring to the letter that was written to the Deputy Governor telling him to defend himself. And I'm saying in that letter, the writer of that letter from your Department of Legal Affairs introduces things that the Speaker of Kisii had not said anywhere. And amongst them is the letter from Degwa. And in that letter of Degwa now, we are meeting it in this assembly for the first time. They are saying a fair copy of an affidavit from Dennis. That we never saw. I'm looking at page 335 now.
Yes, what is the issue, Senator Kavindu?
I thought what is taking us through, we should be having copies so that we can follow with him. Because he's taking us through the process so that we can give a ruling. We should have the documents that is taking us through, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Senator. Council,
Yes.
again,
Yes,
kindly, as you
Yes.
make your opening statement, if you're referring to a document,
Honorable members, I'm referring to page
to the
330.
volume and to the page.
Yes, it is volume 1 of the Assembly's document. It is practically the last page. However, unfortunately, I have to cross-reference it to the letter that was written to Dr. Monda telling him to come and defend himself.
So that letter
Is
to
dated
Dr.
8th of March.
Monda is contained in a different volume. Oh, it's not within your bundle of
It's
documents.
not. It is not in any of the bundles, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So can it be circulated, clerk? That's a document from the Senate. So can copies be done and
Yes.
circulated? Yes, according to council, it emanated from the council.
Yes, it emanated from the Senate.
It emanated from the Senate.
And it is a letter directly responding to the letter from the County Assembly forwarding the material that was used to impeach the Deputy Governor. And honorable members, all I'm saying is under the Rule 20, it says this: the case of the County Assembly shall not change in terms of evidence and shall not change in terms of allegations, and will be limited to what the County Assembly Speaker communicated to the Speaker of the Senate. That is the scope of the law. That's Rule 20. Now, in this letter then from the Senate, which is a response notifying us to come and defend ourselves, it immediately changes what the Speaker from the County Assembly had done and introduces new evidence, which begs the question, who intervened and introduced new evidence? And one of them is the letter from Degwa dated, which is the one I'm talking about at page 335. In that, this is what we are being asked: a fair copy of the affidavit of Dennis Misaj. I'm looking at paragraph 3, honorable members. It says, a fair copy of the affidavit of Dennis Misiati, a flash disk containing video clips emanating from public participation, including the one I told you about, Masimba. 3, an affidavit of Orenga Yenda saying I was manipulated on a land sale agreement, and 2 crucial protected witnesses. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the preliminary objection we are saying is expunge everything that was not communicated to you by the Speaker of the County Assembly as prescribed by Rule 20. Let the case be limited to the 5 counts plus what Benson says and exclude everything else that was not part of it, which is what I've just referred to, being those paragraph 14, 22, 23, 24, and 25 of the letter from your Directorate of Legal Affairs. I would just want to close by saying this, that if you constrained us to respond to some of these new things, including Agai, the flash disk and all this, you will be taking away our constitutional rights under Article 47 and Article 50 for fair hearing. We are entitled to at least 3 days notice at the assembly of the case we are supposed to face. We are seeing these things for the first time as we appear before you for purposes of defending ourselves. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to beg you to please just allow me another 10 minutes, my colleagues to just say something very briefly in support of my preliminary objection and opening address. Very
Council,
kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
5 minutes. 5.
Okay.
5.
I will ask Mr. Ochoki first, and then my colleague, and I hope my friend Honorable Gerard Kett won't mind.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Senate. For record, my name is Wilkins Ochoki, part of the team representing the Deputy Governor Kisii. Honorable Speaker, what is before this Honorable House is not a motion that meets the threshold that will send the DG home. Allow me very respectfully refer to this as nothing more like what we see in the Chinese martial arts movies. It's all fiction, Honorable Speaker. And my senior, Katwa Kigen, has referred you to the Standing Order 88 of this Honorable House, which pursuant to that is referred, pursuant to Standing Order 88, Honorable Speaker, Rule 20 of the Rules of Procedure for Hearing and Determination of the removal of either governor or deputy governor was created. And that rule, as my seniors very well addressed you on, does not allow the county assembly to bring in new evidence. Because of time limit, Honorable Speaker, allow me just say that what the county assembly is doing is nothing more than a fishing expedition. The Hansard is clear that upon the Speaker of the County Assembly being asked whether the public participation documents are going to be used in the proceedings of the County Assembly, he was clear that there was nothing at all that was being used. Now you are being told that there are video clips that have been brought, witness statements that were not there. So, Honorable Speaker, I'll respectively just submit that the same ought to be disregarded. There was an application by my learned brothers that you expunge part of the affidavit of the Honorable Deputy Governor. Honorable Speaker, you'll notice that from precedent, this House has allowed governors and deputy governors that did not defend themselves in the county assemblies come here and defend themselves. In any case, the House needs to know the genesis of the problems in Kisii. What exactly is on trial? Because it's not common that the honorable members of the county assembly can wake one morning and determine that a deputy governor that was elected should just go home. So what we want to bring out, Honorable Speaker, is the genesis of the problem. And very briefly, Honorable Speaker, allow me just address preliminary point 2, because my senior Mr. Kigen has addressed 1 within a minute. Honorable Speaker, you'll notice, and the Honorable Deputy Governor agrees that Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order 60 to 64 of the Kisii County Assembly Standing Orders allow for the impeachment of a governor and a deputy governor. But there are clear timelines that are provided. You will notice, Honorable Speaker, that in the County Assembly of Kisii, and I'll refer the Honorable House to page 5 of the document titled DG. You will notice, Honorable Speaker, that at page 5 of that document of the bundle titled DG, there is a document titled Notice of Motion that is dated the 13th of February, 2024. That document was the motion that was brought to the House by the Honorable Wycliffe Siocha. Somehow it mutated, and by the time it was being brought again to the House on 21st of February, we now had another document which starts at page 6 of that document titled DG. So that you'll get, Honorable Speaker, that the Deputy Governor was defending himself on two documents dated two different dates, and even then, based on the document in page 5 of the document that was received in the County Assembly on 13th of February, Honorable Speaker, the Standing Order 60 to 64 provides that that motion ought to have been heard within 10 days. Whereas we do not want to bring out substantial or procedural issues in this House, but you will consider and look at the timelines within which the County Assembly sat, and you will notice that they sat or determined that motion beyond the 10 days that is provided for in the Senate. And as we will explain, and you will notice that this is beyond the character of the DG. This is all politics. It's all about the hard questions, the tough questions that the DG is asking, that we promise to deliver to the people of Kisii County. We are not delivering. And upon asking those very simple questions, he is now being brought to you and you are being told, send him home. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow us very, very kindly, because I believe it didn't take a lot of time, just bring Honorable Osoro, who's our colleague, to take 2 minutes only, just to finish up and give a final brief on our opening remarks, kindly.
Senator Chirange, what is your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, so that we dispense of this matter and also for posterity, because traditions and precedent are important, I rise under Article 75 on the conduct of state officers, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to read, and I shall be very quick. A state officer shall behave, whether in public, an official in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids any conflict between personal interests and public or official duties, compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest. So, Speaker, I invite you also to look at our standing orders, just in quick succession of standing order number 252 on attendance before the National Assembly and reverse. So, Speaker, Mheshimiwa Silvanus Osoro is a member of Parliament of South Mugirango, where the Deputy Governor is facing impeachment allegations. Number 2 is the Majority Chief Whip in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. So my concern, in as much as I'm aware of Article 50, but you must interpret the Constitution, both Article 50 and Article 73, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware Deputy Governor Monda is allowed to have a legal representative of his own choice. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for my brother, Mheshimiwa Silvanus Osoro, the MP of South Mugirango, to appear on behalf of Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor? 1, because he's a state officer, and 2, of conflict of interest that he might send a mixed signals that he is a chief whip of the majority side in the National Assembly. And number 3, whether looking at standing order 252, whether the procedure of ensuring him appears before the Senate, not only as an advocate, but also as a member of Parliament, Mr. McHugh, under Article 93, member of Parliament is both a senator and a member of National Assembly. So, Speaker, some of us who are learned friends would have wished to appear on behalf of either side. If we allow Honorable Osoro to appear, it means as a member of Parliament, as defined under Article 93 of the Constitution, we can also appear on behalf of either sides that are bringing impeachment motions, Mr. Speaker. And number 2, and finally, It is in the public domain, and this will be my conclusion, that the governor of Kisii, Mheshimiwa Simba Arati, and Honorable Silvanus Osoro have had a public altercation. Mr. Speaker, I beg that we should not use Senate as a playground of local politics of what is happening in Kisii, Mr. Speaker. Could it be Senator Osoro, Honorable Osoro and Simba Governor Arati extending their playful political ground to the Republic of Senate, Mr. Speaker, where we are here only to listen to charges that have the basis of evidence and can stand the test of legal and constitutional and standing orders, Mr. Speaker. So I beg that you rule that Honorable Soro should relinquish himself from representing Honorable Monda, go back to his house business in the National Assembly, and serve our party, the UDA and Kenya Kwanza majority national. Is a chief whip. We might lose some of the bills at the National Assembly, while Mheshimiwa Osoro is busy representing for personal, financial, gainful, and propelling his professional at the expense of the position that we gave him in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. So I beg your ruling, and Senator Osoro should go back to serve the people of South Migrango and members of National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, and allow this House to proceed. And I know Senior Counsel Katwa Kigen and the other retinue of colleague Leonard can do their job well, Mr. Speaker. So I request that on PO, let Mheshimiwa Osoro, there is no problem. They can still continue fighting with Governor Arati in funerals in Kisii, but not in this House. I submit, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, yes, Senator Boni.
Thank you.
I hope it's a new matter altogether, not related to what has already been raised.
Mr. Speaker.
Is it something new, Senator Boni?
Yes.
Proceed.
It is new to the extent that he has raised 4 things upon which you should rule. Mr. Speaker, I'm inviting you again to consider ruling on a 5th thing, namely that whereas this is the Senate, but in this chamber this morning and for the next 2 days, Mr. Speaker, we have converted ourselves into a trial chamber. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, any member of parliament seated in this chamber is seated here as a judge to what's going on. Mr. Speaker, the invitation I'm asking you to make is that if you allow the Honorable Soro to then sit in this house and do something other than what a member of parliament is supposed to do in a trial chamber, is it not, Mr. Speaker, that amount to having a sitting of the High Court, for example, where a judge who would have sat on that matter then jumps and becomes an advocate in the same court, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because we are now going to be setting a precedent, we request you to consider this issue long and hard, because we have some very eminent lawyers in the National Assembly and this Parliament who will then start abusing this to the extent that it will be the disadvantage to the impeachment process. I thank you.
Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. First of all, I join.
Is it on the issue of?
No, it's a
Senator
separate
Osoro?
issue.
It's on the issue of Senator Honorable Osoro.
I want to go on record, Mr. Speaker, supporting to the positions taken by the 2 senators. But I wanted to, with your very great indulgence, Mr. Speaker, because one of the parties has asked us to make a decision on a matter. I was hoping, Mr. Speaker, I could find some clarification on the understanding of the rules of the procedure for this particular process. Mr. Speaker, allow me to find out from the advocate for the deputy governor whether in their understanding there is a distinction between evidence and an allegation. Because my understanding of the standing orders, at least as I have read them, is that for as long as there is evidence supporting an allegation that was present in the county assembly, and I'll give a very specific example. If you're being accused of, say, corruption, is it possible that if there are 10 pieces of evidence and 7 are used in the county assembly, is it possible or is it their position that the remaining 3 pieces of evidence supporting the same allegation that was present in the county assembly cannot be presented before the Senate? That is the question I want them to answer for me as I ponder what to do with their objection. And number 2, whether it is their understanding that a public participation is a evidence collection forum. Because in my view, Mr. Speaker, when you go for public participation, you are presenting the case against the deputy governor as framed in the county assembly for the public to engage with that case. So that if I'm being accused of corruption, and that is what goes to public participation, is it possible that other people, upon hearing those allegations, might also say, I was also a victim? And then what in their understanding are we supposed to do with that material? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members. Our emphasis on the Rule 20 is that it prohibits both new evidence and new allegation. Now, on the face of that rule, it's not very clear indeed, and that is an issue I've belabored, whether the intention is that evidence that supports an already existing count is tenable. However, the words used are assembly is prohibited from introducing new evidence that was not part of the allegations. So that if there is an allegation already in place and evidence was already adduced to support that allegation, you cannot bring new evidence in addition to what was canvassed at the assembly. That's my understanding. I can see you disagree with me, Honorable Sifuna, but that is my understanding of it, that it is cast in stone what was done at the assembly to the extent of the material in support of those counts is what should be brought here. Because then the inverse argument, honorable members.
Council, I think you've made your point.
Yes, and then there was a second limb of what he was asking, what becomes of public participation. Public participation in itself is a wild animal. You wouldn't know what will come from public participation. But it is my position that if in the public participation, somebody were to say that indeed I have been a victim of corruption from the same person who is facing an impeachment, that is a standalone case that should go back to the assembly. It cannot be a basis of a case before the Senate, because then you will be placing the subject of the impeachment in a situation where he has no chance of responding to the new allegation brought in through the public participation. So if the evidence, for instance, collected from the public participation were to say, I was present when the M-Pesa was being sent to Lucy Wahito, or I was present when Dennis was paying the bribe, then that in a way probably you could almost accommodate. But when he says I also was asked for a bribe, then that's a new case. We should go through the whole process of impeachment, right from the point of the motion to the point of from the point of notice to point of motion, and so on and so forth. That is my answer, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to bring to the attention of the House on the issue of expunging certain submissions. Mr. Speaker, I think it is imperative that we understand that the individual who's on trial here is the Deputy Governor, Mr. Speaker. And when I look at some of the submissions and where we are being pulled towards in terms of for instance, the reference on page 56, where we are told that we have to listen to certain issues that have been submitted with regards to the governor's wife, Mr. Speaker. As you have seen, and we have all seen previously, we have really tried as a Senate to stay away from the issue of the office of the First Lady or the First Gentleman, Mr. Speaker. And more often than not, including in these submissions that I have had being discussed in terms of being expunged, more often than not, it is a way of digressing this House from actually focusing on the charges, Mr. Speaker. The charges that are before us are 4. They are of gross violation, abuse of office, gross misconduct, and crimes under the national law. None of these charges, Mr. Speaker, are directing us to the wife of the governor. Mr. Speaker, so as you make that ruling, I implore you, Mr. Speaker, that you understand that this issue of the office of the First Lady and the First Gentleman is often being used to bring non-issues to this House, Mr. Speaker. So I want to point out to both parties that, first of all, the governor's wife is not going to appear before us. So therefore we should, it is not forming part of this impeachment. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you can guide that we do not reduce the House into a House that is going to discuss matters of patriarchy or feminism, or the issue of the first office or not the first office. The person who is here is the deputy governor, and we should limit our discussions on whether this particular impeachment has weight to impeach a deputy governor, and leave away the issues of or trying to bring about the spouse of the governor or any other person in this impeachment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention Rule 30.
You have less than 2 minutes.
Okay.
And, Rule 23.
Okay. Rule 20. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was trying to make sense of what the two parties, the Assembly and also the Deputy Governor, were trying to allege in terms of the introductions of new evidence. Mr. Speaker, Rule 30 of our impeachment rules states as follows: that when a particular question or matter, including but not limited to questions of evidence, materiality, relevant competence, or admissibility of evidence, and any question consequential or incident thereon, no provision has been made in the standing order or in these rules, the Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the questions on matters, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I stood up is because of the parity of the evidence. In this case, I've had both parties alleging that there is introduction of new evidence. I'd like to request that you apply Rule 30 so that during our closed session, you can determine that matter, and then we can be able to progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, to make progress, I'd wish to hear from the Deputy Governor's team a response to the preliminary objection by the Senator for Nandi. And also I'd wish to hear a response from the County Assembly on the preliminary objection by the Senator for Nandi. Proceed. Proceed. I'll come to you. Okay. Honorable Senators, I'm informed that the Senator for Kisii cannot hear me because you're making noise. Kindly be silent. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my understanding is that you're inviting me to respond to Honorable Ladema's point in reference to Rule 30. Oh, okay.
For Nandi, who raised the preliminary objection opposing the appearance of Honorable Osoro.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be as brief as this. Our position is that this Honorable Senate and the National Assembly are different functions. Number two, the impeachment jurisdiction that you're exercising today is not a function that is exercised at National Assembly. And for that reason, there is no conflict in Honorable Soro appearing here, considering that there would be no occasion and no situation where we would have to influence or contribute to the question of whether the impeachment can proceed or not. I would also want to identify myself with the submissions by Honorable Kalwale and say, up to the last minute, we were together in the sense that if you are sitting already as judges, then we know that your members have appeared before court and conducted proceedings there. And insofar as therefore you're sitting as a court, then Honorable Soro, for as long as he's not a member of this Senate, can participate the same way your other members have been able to make contribution in the court precincts. I pray that you allow Dr. Monda to enjoy the services of an advocate of his choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, part of the benefit of attending law school and being a senator as distinguished as they are is that allow me to address the senator for Nandi as my junior learned friend, that he has correctly put it right, that there is no distinction, constitutionally there is no distinction between the National Assembly and the Senate. Pursuant to Article 93, there is established a Parliament of Kenya which shall consist of the National Assembly and the Senate. And as such, my learned friend, Mr. Osoro, with all due respect, cannot then behave like a ping pong. He cannot have his bread and eat it. He must choose whether he wants to be a legislator or he wants to be an advocate. The tragedy of premising a case such as this one on misconception of facts is that Mr. Osoro wants to convert this distinguished assembly to a field day somewhere in Nyarimbari Church. And as such, Mr. Osoro then cannot then continue to appear as an advocate and as a member of parliament. He has to choose which court does he want to wear.
Now, honorable senators, it is now 1:38. We are going to adjourn and resume at 2:30. I'll be delivering my ruling at 2:30 before we proceed with evidence by the County Assembly. Now, the issues that have been raised that require my determination are: one, whether we should allow to summon Hagai, a request, an application that has been made by the County Assembly. Two, whether to expunge certain paragraphs for being irrelevant as submitted by the County Assembly, whether to expunge certain paragraphs and documents for, one, introducing new evidence and material as submitted by the Deputy Governor, and secondly, whether the documents as submitted by the County Assembly of Kisii did violate a mandatory rule that required the County Assembly to deliberate on the information of the Deputy Governor that the County Assembly of Kisii violated that rule by sitting outside the 10 days. That's a matter that I will rule on. And lastly, whether Honorable Osoro can appear for and on behalf of the Deputy Governor. So those are the issues that we will rule before we proceed to take evidence from the County Assembly. So, yes, Council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm just seeking for your guidance, and I can read the mood of the House, is whether on that particular issue of 10 days, whether we could be given an opportunity to respond to the same because of an allegation as against our client.
Well, I gave you that opportunity to respond, and you chose not to.
You invited me to respond to the question of Mr. Osoro. But I leave it to the Senate, I believe.
Yeah, just leave it to us. The Senate is wise enough. Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Speaker, I wanted further clarification because we are all seated here as judges, and I hold the position that these are decisions that are to be taken by the House. At what point do we input as the judges before you render your decision? Because I am hoping that it is not the decision of the Speaker, it is going to be the decision of the House.
I think, Honorable Sifuna, kindly arm yourself with the standing orders. All right, pick one of them. Pick one of them and read Rule 30.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very well versed with Rule 30.
Just read Rule 30. Please.
I am well versed with the rule. I just want to say.
I am not versed. Read it for me, please.
But you cannot direct me to read. I am saying.
Honorable Sifuna, read Rule 30.
I am well versed with the rule. Let me say what I want to say, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, let her read. Let's see how well she knows. I don't think there is any rule that requires that I can be directed to read.
Honorable Sifuna, take your seat.
Thank you.
If you have a problem reading English, I will proceed to read it for you. Where a particular question or matter, including but not limited to questions of evidence, materiality, relevance, competence, or admissibility of evidence, and any questions consequential or incidental thereto, no provision has been made in the standing orders or in these rules. The Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the question or matter, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. I have not given you the floor, Senator Sifuna. I have not given you the floor. So, honorable senators, please be upstanding. Honorable senators, the Senate is adjourned until today, Wednesday, 13th of
with KBC. My name is Angela Cheror. Welcome to today's session, being the third session of the morning sitting, the session that is expected to commence in the next 3 minutes, with members of parliament today expected to deliberate on a couple of bills and motions, starting with the cotton industry development bill, that is the Senate Bill number 5 of 2023. That is in its second reading, and the question is set to be placed this morning. This is the bill that is co-sponsored with Member Mary Emase. We have the Kenya Sign Language Bill of the National Assembly. That is Bill number 1 of 2024. The bill that is brought by the nominated Member of Parliament, representing the youth. It's in its first reading, and it's by Harun Mohammed Omurkel. The objective of the bill is to provide for the recognition and the promotion, the development and use of Kenyan Sign Language, effect to Article 7, 50 and 120 of the Constitution of Kenya. The bill is in line with the provisions of the Constitution, that is particularly Article 54 and 56 of the 2010 Constitution, that mandates the state to put in place measures for the promotion of the rights of the marginalized communities, including the persons with disabilities. Its enactment of the proposed legislation will therefore ensure that the members of the deaf community are treated with dignity in all the spheres of life and have access not only to information, but to justice. This is the bill that is in its first reading today, and it's brought by the nominated Member of Parliament representing the youth, Honorable Omurkel Harun Mohammed. Clause 1 to 4 of the bill provides for the preliminary matters, including the short titles, the objects, and guiding principles of the proposed bill. It provides for various definitions as sign language, deaf, the deaf-blind, among others. It also provides for the establishment for the Sign Language Council, its functions, its powers, the composition of the council, their term of office, and the qualifications for the appointment. It also provides for the appointment of a registrar, who is the secretary, and the chief executive officer of the council, the registrar and its functions. It provides for the manner of the appointment of the staff of its council. It also provides for the access and non-discrimination, which guarantees the rights to use the Kenya Sign Language pursuant to Article 73B of our Constitution as the preferred language of communication. It places specific obligations on public and private entities to make provisions for Kenya Sign Language interpretation services in various sectors, ranging from that of health, education, media, telecommunications to the justice sector. It will provide for the registration of sign language interpreters, the requisite qualification, and the manner of applying of registration. It provides for a register of licensed sign language interpreters that it's kept and maintained by the council. That it provides for issuance, renewal, cancellation, and suspension of practicing of certificate by council, as well as the effects of such cancellation. And the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss, has walked into the House, and I now hand over you to the plenary.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen. I direct that the bell be rung for 10 minutes.
And having not achieved quorum for the commencement of the House, that is pursuant to Standing Order 34, a bell has been directed to be rung for 10 minutes to allow members of Parliament to walk in for this session, the third session of the morning sitting that was expected to commence at exactly 9:30 this morning. And while still on the Kenya Sign Language Bill, that is Bill number 1 of 2024, that is set to be debated this morning, brought by the nominated Member of Parliament, Honorable Omurkel Harun Mohammed, that is in its first reading. This bill, the Kenya Sign Language Bill, also provides the source of funds of the Council, the audit of these funds, as well as the report by the Council on the utilization of its funds and the activities undertaken in a given financial year. On the statement on the delegation of legislative powers and the limitation of the fundamental rights and the freedom. This bill delegates legislative powers to the Cabinet Secretary, but it does not limit the fundamental rights and freedoms. And whether this bill concerns the county governments, this bill that is in its first reading concerns the county government in terms of Article 110(1)(a) of the Constitution. It's also a money bill within the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution. That is the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Bill number 1 of 2024, that is set to be discussed this morning. Also on the Committee of the Whole House, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, the Bill number 2 of the National Assembly by the Member of Parliament for North Imenti, Honorable Abdul Rahim Dawood, is set to be deliberated this morning. With the principal objective of this bill is to amend the Cancer Prevention and Control Act 2012 to make provisions for the training of health cadres in the specialized medical field of oncology. This to include cancer treatment as part of the provisions of the primary health care and to incorporate the use of e-health and telemedicine. This bill, the Cancer Prevention and Control Bill, number 45 of 2022, seeks to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act by introducing the new definitions of terms, e-health and telemedicine. It seeks also to amend Section 5 of the Principal Act by expanding the scope of functions of the National Cancer Institute to include to promote the use of e-health and telemedicine in the treatment of cancer patients and to entrench treatment to cancer patients as a primary health care. It seeks to amend Section 31 also of the Principal Act, that is to make the provincials for promoting the training of health cadres in the specialized medical field of oncology. The statement of delegation of legislative powers and the limitations of the fundamental rights and freedom. This bill does not delegate legislative powers, the fundamental rights and freedoms. It does not contain any provisions limiting any fundamental rights or freedom. It affects the functions of the county governments as set out in the 4th schedule to our constitution. Therefore, this bill, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, that is brought by the Honorable Member for North Imenti, Honorable Abdul Rahim Dawood, concerns the county governments. The enactment of this bill shall not occasion additional expenditure of public funds. That is on the statement on whether the bill is a money bill according to the meaning of Article 114 of our Constitution. That is the Cancer Prevention and Control Bill that is expected to amend the Act of 2012 to make provisions for the training of health cadres in the specialized medical field of oncology to include the cancer treatment as part of the provincials of the primary healthcare in the country, and to incorporate the use of e-health and telemedicine in our country. The members are also expected on the Committee of the Whole House to debate on the Land Amendment Bill of 2022 that is brought by Honorable Simon Kingara, the Member of Parliament, which is expected to amend the Land Act number 6 of the 2012 in order to provide that where public land has been allocated to a
Honorable members, please be seated. So, honorable members, we are in the Committee of the Whole House. We are going to consider the following bills: the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022. The second one will be the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, and the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2022.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I'd like to find out whether the Honorable Kingara is in the house. If you are, please approach the table.
Clause 2.
I propose that the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title:
I propose a question that the title be the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 1. I propose that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I'd like to call upon the Deputy Majority Leader to report closing on behalf of the member who is absent.
On Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022, and its approval thereof with or without amendment. Without amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Give a point of order. Okay. Yes, just allow me to say something on this matter. It's unfortunate that the member who's the sponsor of the bill is not even present in the House. So I think I was asking the Deputy Majority Leader that in future, if the member is not present, we should just remove that particular proposal out of the order paper. Because if they are not committed enough to be here in the House, then there is no point. So I'm requesting that you put that before the House Business Committee so that it can be a proper direction from the substantive speaker so it doesn't happen again. Even for the matters that were being read for a second time, for the exception of Honorable Emase, who's sponsoring the cotton bill, she's here. But the sponsor of the sign language bill was also not present in the House. So I think it is something that we must, in order to instill a spirit of excellence in the House. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Nyikal, member for Seme.
Thank you, Chair. On exactly the same note that has been raised with the honorable member, maybe we'll seek your guidance that if this was a private member's bill, and now the person who is actually answering is a leader, a deputy leader of majority, is that really in order? Because if it was a government bill or sponsored by the leader of majority, then practically that would probably be right. Are we in order to actually proceed as we have done? Thank you.
Well, honorable members, it is important to note that this is a very important bill. It concerns registration of public land, which is a big issue, even within the Departmental Committee on Lands. As concerns the matters that has been raised by the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, whether it is in order for us to proceed, it is in order for us to proceed. And the Deputy Majority Leader is going to proceed to move reporting on behalf of the Honorable Kengara, because this bill is already a property of this House. But before we continue, I would like to request the Deputy Leader of Majority to make a comment on what the Deputy Speaker has said. And I'll also be requesting you to put on record moving on reporting again. There was a slight error. So you can start with the matter raised by the Deputy Speaker, and then we'll give you another chance now to put on record again moving reporting. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you.
I see a lot of interest in this, honorable members, and I do not want to gag members. So let us see those who have interest. We give them an opportunity. The Honorable Rahim Dawood. Oh, you are here. So then you do not have your chance because you're already at the table. The Honorable Charles Ngusia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just want to strike all the sentiments that were done by our speaker here and also a member for Seme constituency. Madam Chair, I think we don't have proper explanation what we are already passing, and I wish we could have delayed this issue so that the person who presented the amendments can explain to the House why we need this amendment. Chair, I seek your guidance on this, Chair.
The Honorable Moses Ijendi, member for Malava.
Madam Speaker, I'm following up on Honorable Sholei's comment. Madam Speaker, as per the Speaker's ruling sometimes back, when a member is not available, he normally does a letter indicating the person that he would like or she would like to stand in for him. So, Madam Speaker, maybe it's important before we reach that decision to know whether the clerk's office communicated to the member about this particular bill, and whether this member, after being communicated to, actually authorized the Deputy Speaker to move in his absence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Tindi Mwale, member for Butere.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. I also want to comment on the weighty issue which has been presented by the Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, just as you have alluded some seconds ago, this bill is no longer a personal bill, a private member's bill. The moment the bill is presented to this House, it becomes the property of this House. And therefore, Madam Speaker, considering the weighty issues that this bill is going to address in this country, I was of the opinion that we consider the bill to go on, even if the member who sponsored is not present. But the issue of the Deputy Majority Leader being the one to present on behalf of the private member is a weighty issue, because for him, he should present bills that are government sponsored, not private member sponsored. And that's where we need to clarify if that's the case. If that's not the case, then we can give another member to present on behalf of the private member. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, would you like to take your, I know we had given you an opportunity, the Honorable Rahim Dawood, member for North Imenti. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am cognizant of what the Deputy Speaker has said, but Madam Chair, we did not know more. We've been waiting for it to be slated by the House Business Committee, the bills which we are doing today. So maybe the member was not aware that it would be put today, because we were expecting it even last week, the week before. So maybe the member is not around, he's out of the country, so he could not be here. So I believe the Majority Leader should be in his right place to move this bill, Madam Speaker, because if we don't do it, then private members will have a big issue with their bills, because we are never sure when they're coming. Thank you.
Well, thank you, honorable members. Thank you very much for your comments, and thank you very much, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, for this matter that you have raised. Honorable members, I would like to inform you that the Honorable Kingara was duly informed that this bill will be on the floor of the House this morning. We had also cited him within the vicinity of Parliament, and since the Deputy Majority Leader has, and I can see him already walking in, you may need to consult with the Deputy Majority beyond the Honorable Kingara. We are already in the committee of the whole. The amendments as they were raised. So I order that we continue. I order that we continue. And I give an opportunity to the Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, it is imperative that members who have matters slated to come, especially Wednesdays morning, which we know are private members' matters, should come to the House to avoid situations where we must step in to do things for them. Honorable Speaker, you know, sometimes this Wednesday session, I don't have to be here. Actually, the whip doesn't have to be here, because members, personal matters, they need to lobby members, to push members to come to the chamber and galvanize for their votes. But what they do now, they make it difficult for us to start galvanizing and moving and, you know, lobbying members on their behalf, even when they have not even talked to us about their business. So, Honorable Speaker, what I would like to request every member who has a motion, who has a bill, something that is going to third reading, please ensure you come, mobilize members. Today I had to actually go to the T area and all those areas to look for quorum, to save members' bills. It is not the responsibility of the leadership to mobilize for you. Mobilize your own people, mobilize your members to come and support you in your bill. Today, the 3 bills have been read here, first reading, 3 bills, and all of them are not here. The Honorable Kasalu is not here, the Honorable, the one for Cotton. The Cotton one is here, but the bill on Kenya Sign Language, Umulher, is not here. And yet their bills are coming for first reading. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request members, if we have matters that are coming, and the clerk's office is very good, it sends SMSs to everybody to tell them about the matters that are coming. So I think we are honorable members, we need to live to the tag and please be in the House so that we can conduct business, so that we can have robust debate, so that these motions, which are of importance to the nation, be given due response by other members. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, it's very discouraging to have situations like that. But I am happy the Honorable Kingara, a very responsible member, I served with him in the Committee for Lands, and he has a lot of interest in the land matters. And the history of this bill, Honorable Speaker, I think in the last session, second session, it suffered the unfortunate situation that it was shut down when people confused it for another bill. So on that basis, I want to request that we give him an opportunity to move to reporting and we complete this bill, which is very, very important. It's a bill I understand, I know it very well, I saw the genesis of it, and Honorable Kingara is an honorable gentleman, and Honorable Chair, give him the space to move his bill for reporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Majority Leader, and also thank you, the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, I would like to report that the Honorable Kingara is already in the House. Honorable Kingara, we have concluded your bill, and I am now going to give you an opportunity to move reporting.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I start by apologizing of not being here. I was here in the morning. It outcropped a security issue in Ruiru where County Commissioner was involved, and I had to trust there was that my duty. We are almost losing a life, and we had to settle for that. I'm very sorry for that, but God has made it able for me to come back and continue with the business which have been employed by Ruiru people to undertake. And may I, Honorable Chair, I beg to move the committee do report to the House in consideration of the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022, and its approval thereof without amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mover, Honorable Kingara. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2022, and its approval without amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have concluded on that bill, and now we are moving to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, number 2, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022, and the Honorable Abdul Rahim Dawood is in the house. But before that, honorable members, I would like to acknowledge our guests. Honorable members seated in the public gallery this morning, we have Getaru Brigati Rawa School from Kabete constituency in Kiambu County. We have Mwangaza Secondary School from Maragua constituency in Moranga County. Also seated in the speakers gallery this morning, we have Kanabiti Secondary School from Maragua in Moranga County. And we have Leshau Secondary School from Maragua constituency in Moranga County. You are all welcome to observe proceedings in the National Assembly. Honorable members, we will now proceed to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill.
Clause 3.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. It has an amendment by the Chair Health. I can see the Vice Chair in the house. You may proceed. Honorable Munene.
Thank you, Chair. On the Cancer Amendment Bill, Chair, clause number 3, I move that clause 3 of the bill may be amended as follows. Chair, number 1, in the proposed new paragraph BA, by deleting the words persons with. Number 2, Chair, I move in the proposed new paragraph BB by deleting the word treatment and substituting therefore the words the management. And number 3, by inserting the following new paragraph immediately after the proposed new paragraph BB with a BC to secure and regulate the use of e-health in cancer management and the provision of cancer diagnosis, treatment and rehabilitation services and other medical care related to cancer. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 3 as amended be amended as proposed by the Vice Chair. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just thought I would use this opportunity to remind the House that even as we discuss about amending the Cancer Prevention Bill, we also need to remind ourselves that despite a petition that I brought before this House in 2019, which can help us further prevent cancer by ensuring the removal of 262 pesticide products that have been confirmed by world science as causing cancer. In fact, they were not only confirmed by world science, but persons who developed cancer as a result of those pesticides continue to be sold in this country. Yet the persons in the United States and Europe got an order from the United States Superior Courts in California where the farmers were paid up to $250 million for developing cancer as a result of the use of these pesticides. So if we truly, and I'm asking the honorable member who has brought this amendment, that if we are truly committed to this cancer prevention, then the first stop is to stop the products that are clearly causing cancer and are known. And this has been brought before the Pest Products Control Board several times. They have been incorrigible. They have continued to be in bed with the agrochemical companies. And in fact, recently, I know they were appearing before the Health Committee. And honorable member, you know very well, you were a member of the Health Committee when I appeared before the Health Committee. The Health Committee, instead of ordering that those products be removed from the Kenyan market, the committee was irresponsible by leaving it back to the vultures who are the Pest Products Control Board, telling them, please remove them from the market. So far, since 2019, they have only removed 7 products. The rest continue to remain on the market. Roundup, people who got, it was confirmed, Roundup gave people cancer. They were removed from the markets abroad. But here in Kenya, they are being resold under a different name. All those products are in our market. It is known to the authorities. It is known to the health committee. So actually, what we are doing in amending that bill is counterproductive. The real amendment should be dealing with this. And I think it's one of the things we should be asking in the House, why is the health committee not acting? The first health committee in the 12th parliament did not act. The second health committee in this 13th parliament has not acted. The Pest Products Control Board has not acted. The Ministry of Agriculture has not acted. Yet these are known facts. And those products are actually manufactured in Europe and America. But in those countries, they are not allowed to be used. They are allowed to manufacture them for export to foolish countries like Kenya, who are foolish enough to allow the product into their country to continue to kill their members of public. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, the Honorable Dr. Nikal, and you may make your comments short. Make the comments short.
Madam Chair, mine will be very short.
I'll give you a chance because your committee has been mentioned.
The Deputy Speaker, I agree with her, but that really belongs to the third reading. Me, I'm just coming up to support the amendments. In the third reading, I'll also actually support her further. But I do support these amendments. I have actually made a proposal before for similar amendments, so I support these ones. Like in number 1, persons with was actually superfluous. It just needed to end with management and treatment. You didn't have to add persons with. So that I support. The word treatment to be replaced by management makes sense because treatment is narrow. It's just the application of medicine, while management is more comprehensive, indicating nutrition, psychological care, and all those. So I support that. And then 3, the e-health. I support this, but again, in the third reading, we have noticed something that as much as we are very keen with digitization, there are problems that are rising. So, Madam Speaker, I support the amendments.
The Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I start on behalf of the Health Committee to say 2 things. 1, I've had a long discussion with the Deputy Speaker, Madam Chair, on the issue of pesticides in this country and regulation of pesticides in this country. It's an issue I've conversed with her severally, and it's true I sat in the last parliament in the Health Committee, and she brought that matter in parliament, and it was brought to the Health Committee. But the Health Committee didn't behave irresponsibly, Chair. We sent the matter to the responsible organ, the PCB, and we have discussed with the Deputy Chair that we have a problem at Pesticide Control Board. As she has put it lightly, they are in bed with these companies because, Chair, in this country, you go to a company that is doing agriculture, maybe vegetables, onions, and you find there are 2 categories of vegetables. 1 meant for Kenyan, and 2 meant for export. There are chemicals that they can't use for those that are meant for export. Those that are meant for export, they use good chemicals, but those that are to be consumed locally, Chair, they use these pesticides that have been banned across the country. So,
Thank
Chair,
you. Vice Chair, then I order that the matter concerning the petition be
Chair.
handled differently,
Yes,
so
Chair.
that we can focus on
Chair.
this
We
bill.
just need to
But
handle that petition differently.
as the Deputy Speaker was supporting the amendment,
Yes.
she has actually raised a very important matter, which you can pick up at another time.
Yes, and I'm
So thank
concurring
you
with
very
that,
much.
Chair. What she has listed is true, and she has talked to me severally on the same.
Thank you. The Honorable Gikaria will be the last one on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker, Chair, I want to support the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Chair, and more so to reiterate on the Committee on Implementation. The Committee on Implementation, once Parliament has spoken, the required period of time that is supposed to be taken, and then the Committee of Implementation should take up that matter and be able to make a follow-up. If a decision had already been done, and maybe the ministry is lagging its feet, Then again, the Committee on Implementation. And rightly, as the Deputy Speaker said, Honorable Chair, we must stop this madness where people, they cause cancer, they send us to us, they don't use it in their country. Then they bring it here. At the same time, again, we are supposed, or we are forced to buy medicine from the same. Honorable Chair, I think as much as we support this, what the Deputy Speaker said should be taken into consideration with a lot of seriousness. that
Thank
it
you.
deserves.
You
Thank
have made your point. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 3 as amended. I'll take that again. I now put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the Vice Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I now propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. It has an amendment, Vice Chair.
proceedings. Welcome.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Thank you. The Honorable Speaker of the Senate has ordered rather the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes. This is in line with the Senate Standing Orders 39 and 40 that says that the quorum for the Senate shall be 15 senators, and then the quorum at the commencement of a sitting of a Senate should be 15 senators too. And if there is no quorum when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker immediately after the prayer orders the bell to be rung for 10 minutes, and this is a process that is ongoing now until the Senate achieve that quorum of 15 members to begin their proceedings. You can see on your screens there is Elias Mutuma, as well as Degwan Jiru, the advocates for the County Assembly. And among the issues that will be ruled upon by the Speaker, as you had indicated earlier this afternoon, include the application by the County Assembly on the expansion of certain paragraphs from the response by the Deputy Governor, that is paragraphs 48 to 64, as well as some of the responses. They were saying that some of those responses were to charges that were not read or material at the time this motion was considered at the county assembly. And then there will be the issue on the summoning of one Mr. Agai will come to give evidence on whether to produce rather his appointment letter. That is the Deputy Governor for Kisii, Dr. Robert Monda, with his counsel, Senior Counsel Kato Kigen. And David Agai is being summoned when, if the Speaker will allow the summoning, to appear and produce his appointment letter. And let's see if there's quorum.
Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Senator Mandago and Senator Tabitha, kindly take your seat as I make this communication. Now, honorable senators, at the rise of the House after the morning session, I had indeed indicated that I was going to deliver my ruling this afternoon. Now, the ruling is not ready yet. It's being typed. And therefore, I'll invoke Standing Order 1 to suspend the sitting for half an hour to allow the ruling to be typed. Once we reconvene, then I will be in a position to deliver that ruling. As you might notice, we cannot proceed with these proceedings unless we dispense with the matters that had been raised in form of preliminary objections. So, honorable senators, kindly be upstanding. This sitting is suspended for half an hour. We shall reconvene after that time. Thank you.
The Speaker of the Senate has suspended the sittings of the Senate for 30 minutes to allow him to have the ruling on the preliminary issues that were raised at the rise of the House in the morning session, or sitting rather to be typed in order to be read to enable the Senate to consider or continue the sitting for today. The IAS indicated that those issues have to be canvassed and ruled upon before now the Senate can proceed to hear the impeachment motion and consider that impeachment motion rather of the Deputy Governor for Kisii County. And the standing order that he hears the Honorable Speaker has invoked is standing order number 1 that states that in cases not provided for, the Speaker to decide, where in all cases that are where matters are not expressly provided for by these standing orders or by any other orders of the Senate or any procedural question shall be decided by the Speaker. And then that decision should be based on the Constitution of Kenya, statute law and the usages, forms, precedents, customs, procedures, and traditions of the Parliament of Kenya, any other jurisdiction to the extent that these are applicable to Kenya. The preliminary issues that the Honorable Speaker of the Senate is meant to rule on are the following. Number one, there is preliminary issues that were raised by the Deputy County Governor of Kisii through his counsel, Katwa Kigen Senior Counsel, on whether the County Assembly can adduce additional evidence and material procured subsequent to the hearing and its determination of impeachment motion by the County Assembly of Kisii, whether the proceedings before the Kisii County Assembly and the Senate are fatally incompetent as they were presented to the Kisii County Assembly and to the Senate outside the timeline set out in Section 33 of the County Governments Act and the Kisii County Assembly Standing Orders 60 to 64. And the final preliminary issue raised by the Deputy Governor is whether the Senate can investigate and consider impeachment proceedings instituted on an incompetent notice and motion as per the provisions of Section 33 of the County Government Act and the Kisii County Assembly Standing Orders 60 to 64. And then there was the other preliminary issues that were raised by the County Assembly as well. And the key among these issues, under the Standing Order 80, paragraph 8 and the part 1, rule 10 of the third schedule of the Senate Standing Orders on the procedure for Senate when considering removal or an impeachment motion of a deputy governor or a governor. And this rule 10, under this rule 10, the County Assembly wants the summoning of Mr. David Agai Oyagi to produce his appointment letter and confirm if the persons who are said to be working in the deputy governor's home are officials in the county. And then there is also the issue that was raised by Senator for Nandi, Samson Cheragay, on the appearance of Honorable Silvanus Osoro on behalf of the deputy governor. That is he based his preliminary issue on Article 75 of the Constitution of Kenya on the public values, on the conduct of state officers, or that Article 75 of the Constitution states that a state officer shall behave whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association with other persons in a manner that avoids any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties, compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest, or demeaning the office that officer holds. And this is the basis on which now there's that preliminary issue on the appearance of Honorable Soro on behalf of the Deputy Governor is based on. And then the County Assembly also seeks to have paragraphs 40.
And we're back with March Sadness. The team is looking down the barrel of a 4:55 meeting.
Can they turn it around?
12 of the document and paragraph F, just to indicate the irrelevance of the evidence contained. To the members of the Judicial Service Commission. The allegations are that the Judicial Service Commission, that the effect of conducting county affairs, I may read in verbatim, and files at the personal residence is that the governor's wife attends meetings, makes inputs to official county matters, and serves as both protocol officers and deputy governor, inter alia, the Judicial Service Commission. In determining the relevance of this averments contained in the for said paragraphs, we invite the Senate to interrogate the purpose of such kind of averments, the objective of such kind of averments, and whether or not they inform the charge. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to guide the House to page 15 at paragraph 64. Again, it makes references to individuals not before this assembly, make references to video clips and photos that did not form part and parcel of the evidence at the county assembly. Suffice to note that during the proceedings at the county assembly, the deputy governor, beg your pardon, appeared before the county assembly and filed his response dated the 29th of February. These video clips have no relevance to the proceedings, and I'm aware that it may prejudice the senators' determination as to the relevance of these video clips because they have not yet been played. We had the opportunity of reviewing them and analyzing them and made an opinion to which we invite the honorable senators to hold that they have no relevance. It may perhaps be paramount, or it perhaps may be important for those clips to be played for the senators to determine their relevance when determining to expurge the said paragraphs. With your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to invite Mr. Mutuma for further submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purposes, my name is Elias Mutuma, part of the legal team representing the County Assembly of Kisii. I want to make additional submissions, Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition to the relevant materials before this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, you will note that the charges as read by the House to the Honorable Deputy Governor contain four charges rather. Very specific charges that have been read, and the Deputy Governor has been able to respond that he's not guilty of the four charges. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the four charges that were prosecuted by the County Assembly of Kisii. It is the four charges that the Honorable Deputy Governor responded to. It is the four charges that this House has been invited to make a determination on. Those charges, Mr. Speaker, sir, are contained at pages 15 and 21 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents. The same are, if I may read, page 15. Page 15 contains the motion. Page 16, we have the first charge, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. Charge number 2 is contained at pages 18, abuse of office. Charge number 3 is contained at page 20, crimes under national law. And the last one is contained as gross misconduct in the same page. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, in response to those charges, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Governor of Kisii responded through a response that has been filed in this court, in this Senate, and he has introduced a raft of other charges that he has created for himself and made a response to them. Those responses are the following. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the Deputy Governor's response, the one my learned friend has made reference to, as from page 8, the Deputy Governor creates new charges that were not part of the county assembly's charges. One of those is incompetence, budget absorption, budget variation, use of senior staff, mortgage provision, use of personal home for county functions and files and documents, not working with other leaders, use of an official personnel on county matters, and he proceeds to make a defense on those charges. Those charges have not been read to the deputy governor, but this house is being invited to make a determination on those matters. It would be a waste of crucial time for this house to proceed and listen to a defense that contains a response to charges that were not part of the charges by the county assembly. It is on that basis, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we ask the honorable senators to expunge that part of the response because it has no bearing, it has no relevance to these proceedings. That is all, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The side of the county assembly, are you done with your opening statement?
Mr. Speaker, sir, we addressed the Honorable House pursuant to Rule 10 on preliminary issues because our opening remarks or statements may not be material until this question is determined because it will inform on how then our opening remarks then will be made and put across.
You see, Council, you could have made your opening remarks, and in so doing, you raise these issues so that the team from the deputy governor, representing the deputy governor, in their opening statement also will have an opportunity also to respond to your preliminary objections. And thereafter, then the Senate will make a determination on those issues.
I am well guided, Mr. Speaker, sir, but as a practitioner, I think I'm so fixated to the court proceedings, which dictates that preliminary issues ought to be addressed first, so that.
Very well. If that is your position, then have your seat.
But I may be guided, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Well, I've guided you.
Perhaps
but
then I can make the
proceeding.
opening remarks, if you may allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll take the first 10 minutes, then I'll share with my colleagues in respect to the opening remarks.
What is the point of order, Senator, for Baringo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened keenly to the councils for the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, I thought your guidance was clear because the stage you are in, Mr. Speaker, as per the program, is actually opening statement on behalf of the county assembly. I am worried, Mr. Speaker, that if we allow further, we are likely to lose the track. Mr. Speaker, this is not a case between this assembly, or rather this house, and any of the parties. It is their case. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead that perhaps you reconsider your position because we wanted therefore to, and again, Mr. Speaker, for you to be directed that you make a finding at this point. It is not the Speaker, it is the House. So, Mr. Speaker, guide us on that issue because a very sensitive matter. This House is being watched now across the country and the world.
Senator Mogene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna, you don't have to beg. I will give you an opportunity.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, maybe just to assist counsel for the county assembly. You know, I thought his opening remarks would have given him an opportunity to summarize for us, senators, what the case for the county assembly is, so that he sets the stage for us to make a following. In terms of the objections that he has, when the time comes for that evidence to be adduced by the deputy governor, maybe he could raise his objection. But he should utilize, with tremendous respect to him, the opening remarks to summarize for us, because we just want to know, to have a glimpse of the case that is facing the deputy governor. And you have guided him. Maybe we should also advise him that it's good you take the ruling of the speaker as a guidance for you, so that you follow and you make these proceedings simpler for us to follow.
Yeah, Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to all the senior counsel who have spoken before me, I believe that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and the counsel for the assembly is very much in order to require that a ruling be made on the preliminary request. The only thing I fault them for is being too verbose on a very simple request. A request has been made pursuant to Rule 10 of these proceedings, that a witness be summoned by this House. We need to make a decision after hearing, of course, from the team for the deputy governor on whether there's going to be any prejudice if this gentleman called David Hagai Oyagi is summoned. That is a matter that has to be dispensed with before we hear opening remarks. Mr. Speaker, the second request is expunging of certain paragraphs that are being claimed not to be relevant. That's all this council needed to say without going into too many stories, because we would want to get into the meat of the argument. But, Honorable Speaker, preliminary matters must be dealt with at the preliminary point, so that it will set the tone on what we're going to hear and what we are not going to hear. So I request that the House makes a determination on the request to summon this gentleman, and if it is after hearing the counsel for the deputy governor, then we move. Then we make a decision on the other question, whether we want to expunge those paragraphs now, or we wait until we see the irrelevance, then we expunge them at that particular point. That is the guidance that I wanted to give the House, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Fernande.
Mr. Speaker, I agree largely with my colleagues who have spoken before me. We needed to either we allow the councils for the county assembly to make opening remarks. But I thought, Mr. Speaker, as a tradition and precedent, we always dispense. We always dispense of the preliminary objections. And on the issue of expunging the paragraphs that they have requested, the summoning of witnesses, Mr. Speaker, I thought you should have guided them so that we dispense of. But now the question should be, when you invited them to speak for 30 minutes, was it on the aspect of their opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, or was it on the aspect of raising preliminary objections? Because in my thinking, he would have allowed that the preliminary objections are raised, dispensed of, then now it sets down for the engagement. And in the opening remarks, my colleague, Mr. Speaker, they should have given us an overview of their case. With no pun intended, Mr. Speaker, it should have been like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover essentials, short enough to arouse curiosity, Mr. Speaker, so that it gives and sets the tone, Mr. Speaker, of Mr. Speaker, so that it sets a tone. I'm not making, I said, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no pun intended. Can you be listening carefully, my colleagues? So that is, I was just saying, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I will protect you if you're orderly.
Yes, I'm orderly, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I'm orderly, Mr. Speaker, because I was saying in opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, it should be something that is long enough to cover essentials and something short enough to arouse curiosity. And that is what is all about the opening statement, Mr. Speaker. So my request allow us to raise the PO, dispense of the preliminary objections, then allow them to give them their opening remarks, and I've given them a simple advice, and I hope they will take it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, allow me to guide the House as follows. If you look at the program, between 11:45 to 12:15, that time was reserved for the opening statement of the County Assembly, and thereafter to be followed by the opening statement on behalf of the Deputy Governor. Now, Honorable Senators, as the County Assembly is making its opening statement, they can, on the same breath, raise the preliminary objections. Thereafter, when the Deputy Governor is making the opening statement, in the same breath, they can respond to the preliminary objections raised by the County Assembly. If you look at the document before you, it contains some preliminary objections by the Deputy Governor. And I want to believe as they're making their statement, they will also canvass those preliminary objections, to which then I will allow the County Assembly to respond. Thereafter, Honorable Senators, you'll have an opportunity to deliberate on those preliminary objections, dispense with the same, to allow then after the lunch break to hear the evidence. Because we cannot assign time to hear only preliminary objections, dispense with them, then come back for opening statements. Let us handle them at the same time. So, County Assembly, your 30 minutes is long gone. However, with this new direction that I've given, the directive that I've given, I will allow you to put what is the case of the County Assembly. You have dealt more on the preliminary objections. Proceed to state your case before we allow the representation from the Deputy Governor to also give us their opening statement.
We must oblige.
That way we'll save on time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, our case is very simple. It's a case of a deputy governor who decides to use his office for personal gain. Is a deputy governor gone rogue. Is a deputy governor who has decided not to inspire the youth of this country. In my opening remarks, permit me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to refer to the book of Exodus, chapter 18, verse 21. Moreover, look for able men from all the people, men who fear God, who are trustworthy and hate bribes. Equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to refer to Surah ya Pili, or the second chapter, verse 188 of the Quran. And they are taking of bribe, to thou were forbidden. For taking it and the devouring of men, substance worthiful bribes. And we have prepared for the disbelief among them and a painful moment. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 29th, the county government of Kisii, through the Guasco, advertises for a job for the commercial manager. The job is carried on the newspaper. The deputy governor gets to know about it, informs his friend, Mr. Joseph Mosati, whom he alleges he has been friends for the last 32 years, that here is an opportunity where your son can take or can be absorbed into the employment, makes arrangements on how to extort, defraud, and benefit with 800,000 shillings, creates a scheme where he meets the managing director of Guasco, informs her in advance that I have a candidate who will be presenting his application before you, convinces her or attempts to convince her that at the appropriate time, I will do the necessary. And the necessary hearing being bribing the director of Guasco for purposes of return of a favor in favor of Dennis Mosati. Dennis Mosati is given the responsibility by his father to raise the 800,000 shillings. A young man, a poor man, a jobless man, a family man, a man who is destitute and desperate for a job, does all that is within his means, sells his salon so as to raise the 800,000 shillings, sells all his households, sufurias and everything else, so that he can raise the 800,000 shillings as sought by the deputy governor. Succeeds in that mission, raises the money even from his friends, and upon the success of the mission of raising the 800,000 shillings, forwards the same. The father is involved in that scheme, the mother is involved in that scheme, but finally the money lands to the deputy governor. Through the M-Pesa, through cash, the county assembly shall give evidence to that extent that yes, money was sent from the M-Pesa of Joseph Mosati, money was sent from the M-Pesa of Dennis Mosati, the complainant, and equally money was sent from the M-Pesa of Ann Mosati. And the money all landed to the benefit of the M-Pesa of the deputy governor. Subsequently, on the same day, the deputy governor sends 100,000 shillings to one Lucy Wahito. Upon receipt of these 100,000 shillings, Lucy Wahito, the managing director of Guasco, is perplexed, wonders why the deputy governor has decided to be that generous. Upon placing a call to the deputy governor in search of the reason for the forwarding of the remittance of the said amount, the deputy governor merely makes a statement. You remember what I told you? This is meant for what I had told you when I summoned you in my office. The good Lucy Muhito decides to resend the said amount, refuses to be influenced, refuses to be bribed, refuses to be corrupt. In essence, Lucy Wahito meets the qualification of the qualifications of the persons described by the Bible and by the Quran, refuses to be corruptible. Finally, the deputy governor receives the money, 100,000 shillings, resent back to him, and makes no further follow-ups. In his defense, he says that this was made to you, Lucy, as an error, takes no efforts to refund the same, to reverse, or even to call Lucy for the reversal. The other limb of the case, Mr. Speaker, sir, is where the deputy governor decides to abuse his office. Being the powerful man that he is, and his brother being the miserable old man that he is, decides to have it fixed his way. He mobilizes the county government enforcement officers to go and arrest the poor Monda, the sickly Ruben Monda, the hopeless Ruben Monda. He's burdened into the police vehicle, courtesy and at the behest of the deputy governor. At the county assembly, Hanson bears as witness that yes, he confirmed that he's the one who mobilized the said enforcement officers. And be that as it may, the deputy governor, with all the resources afforded to him, decides even to apply the county resources in applying 4 officers, enforcement officers, uniformed to do odd chores at his farm. Odd as even cooking for his dogs. So the county government the Senate is presented with a case such as this one. Previously, the cases of impeachment, they have been pegged mostly on the question of the violation of the Constitution and the mismanagement of county resources. This is a unique case. It's a case where we are not inviting the senators to look at whether or not there is any resource or funds that have been lost. The question of oversight means that the Senate also has to look and interrogate whether the persons in the name of the county deputy governor squares out with Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Is this a man full of integrity? Is this a man who can be trusted? Is this a man who can be held to account? Is this a man who is transparent? Is this a man who can inspire the youths? Is this a man who can be trusted with the county resources? Evidence will bear us witness when we begin to tender the same, that Dennis is not the only victim. The public participation processes that were conducted on the 26th of February, we have people claiming that yes, the deputy governor is a man who is full of insatiable greed for resources, to the extent that he solicits resources as low as 8,000 shillings so that he can facilitate the governor's bursaries. That is the man that is being trusted to oversee the activities of the county government of Kisii. Evidence will be tendered, honorable senators, at the fullness of time to prove that this is a man who does not deserve the mercy of this house. This is a man who does not deserve any further stay and holding that position of a deputy governor. How can a deputy governor solicit 20,000 shillings so that he can assist poor people, hustlers, to access the bursary? The deputy governor, you are elected by these individuals to serve them, but you end at the end of the day, you end by extorting them, defrauding them. Is not a man worth his salt. This is not a man worth the favor of this house. Permit me to invite Mr. Mutuma for further submissions. Sorry, Mr. Mwandis, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Mwang. I rise to Mr. Speaker, sir, the Deputy Governor receives money from Dennis Misiati at 8:33 p.m. He receives another bunch of 49,000 at 20:37 p.m. on 28th of May, 2023. And within a span of 40 minutes, sends 100,000 shillings to the Managing Director of Guasco, Lucy Wahito, at 21:24 p.m. on the 28th of May, 2023. He further sends money to 3 other people on the same day, 28th of May, 2023, and the last transaction on that day was made at midnight. So he sends 100,000 shillings, and in his defense, he raises the issue that this money was sent by an error. Surely, from 9:24 p.m. to midnight, when he was sending the last transaction on that day, the deputy governor did not realize that he has sent money by an error until he is reminded by one Lucy the following morning. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of arresting his own blood brother, Ruben Monda, the deputy governor deploys not only 1, not 2, not 3, but a contingency of 20 county enforcement officers, accompanying police officers, to come and arrest and bundle his own brother into a motor vehicle. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, his own brother today, because of the events that the ordeal that he went through on that day, he is now a diabetic man who has since started injecting himself with insulin, a condition that was not there before then. Honorable members, as I cede my 10 minutes to Mr. Mutuma, I invite this honorable House to make a determination on the issue of whether or not the Honorable Deputy Governor should be removed from office by way of impeachment, as we have shown
And we shall strictly indicate to you and bring out through the witnesses that there was a clear and well-calculated way by the deputy governor, who even confirms that he spoke to one Lucy to seek for favors. And he confirms that also during the county assembly, and the Hansard confirms so. He also confirms that he spoke to Lucy about the issues of the bribe, but Lucy told him that the interview will be done by way of merit. Honorable members, I cede my few minutes to Mr. Mutuma. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable members of the Senate. The case of the Kisii County Assembly is simple. It is a cry by the most vulnerable members of our society who have suffered at the hands of their leaders. It is a case of the most vulnerable members of the society who have been exploited by those in positions, those that they pay through their own taxpayers' money, and that is what these honorable senators are being invited to make a determination on. Honorable Speaker, sir, you will realize from the testimony of Dennis Misati that as a result of this ordeal, after 12 years of trial, getting their second born, the wife was so depressed to the extent that she collapsed and lost the baby. The thought of having sold everything that they had, the thought of losing everything that they were calling a source of livelihood was too much for her to bear. She had to undergo a miscarriage at the hands of the deputy governor. Last year, but one, honorable senators, I had the opportunity of appearing before the Supreme Court where we were on the same side with my learned friend, Mr. Katwa Kigen, and I want to quote him. He told the honorable judges of the Supreme Court that you have a right to be hungry. You have a right to be bitter. When a witness appears before you and concocts facts, when a witness appears before you and twists events and lies to you, looking at you straight in the eyes and tries to twist a very simple issue, then as honorable senators, you have a right to be angry. When you listen to the testimony of the deputy governor, you have that right. Invoke it. Tell him he's lying. Tell him that whatever he's telling you does not make sense. You do not receive money from an innocent person. Send it to the very person that you're being accused of seeking a favor from. You do not make attempts to reverse 48 hours later. The person you're seeking to bribe asks you to reverse, you do not. Then you come before Senate and look them straight in the eye and say, I had sent that money by mistake. You have a right to be angry. Exercise that right. Most obliged, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The County Assembly team, you've concluded your statement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
Other than just to mention that the simplicity of this case was witnessed on the 31st of December 2012, when the Deputy Chief Justice, as then she was, Honorable Lady Justice Nancy Baraza, pinched someone's nose. Rebecca was a victim. Just pinching the nose of an individual caused the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya to go home. That is a test. The test is, can a public officer, a state officer, be allowed to behave in such a manner? Does the conduct of the deputy governor answer to the tenets of Article 10? Is he accountable? Is he transparent? Is he a man of integrity? Does he respect his office? Does this conduct bring honor and reputation to the office of the deputy governor? Equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the case of Nixon in 1974, he faced impeachment only on the count of the Watergate case. What had the President of the Republic of America done, the United States of America done? sent individuals to go and break into the Democratic National Convention offices at Watergate. Then it made attempts to conceal that evidence. On that basis, a president went home. On the basis of soliciting, receiving 800,000 shillings from poor Kenyans, Mr. Monda must go home. On the basis of using the state resources to harass innocent and hopeless Kenyans, Mr. Monda must go home. On the count of misuse of the county resources, the meager county resources, Mr. Monda must go home. I so invite the senators to keenly look at the case of Nixon and the case of Nancy Baraza. Most obliged.
Thank you. Now I will allow the team of the Deputy Governor to take statement and a final submission. Because what I've just heard from the last bit of the County Assembly, those are final submissions. So let's hear your opening statement, not your final submission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and members of the Senate. When we come down to cross-examining the witnesses that have been that will be called by the County Assembly, and when we call our witnesses, you will be surprised at how far the person they are describing is from what they have described him. You will be surprised at how exaggerated the adjectives they have used are. You will realize that the Deputy Governor is indeed a man of integrity, a Christian, and a man of conscience. I would like to address the 5 counts. I know there is repeated contention that there are 4, but there are 5. The first one is whether or not he took a bribe from one Dennis Misati. The second one is whether he gave a bribe to one Lucy Wahito. The third one is whether he threatened one Dennis Misati. The fourth one is whether he misused the staff of the County Assembly. And the fifth one is whether he misused his authority to have his brother arrested. On the first count, members of the Senate, the allegation is basically this, that the Deputy Governor received a sum of, in some paragraphs of their claim, they say he received 799,000 shillings. In others, they say he received 800. And that 800,000 was meant to be a bribe to enable Dennis get a job. Our case will be this, and in the introductory part of the introduction of the said Dennis, he is described as a 37-year-old gentleman. Our case will be this, that the sum of 800,000 was received by the Deputy Governor. However, that amount was a refund of money he had lent to the father of Dennis. We will be calling the father of Dennis to come and confirm that indeed, number one, he received that money from the Deputy Governor in the period around October, November 2022. And on the 28th of May 2023, when he visited Mr. Monda asked him whether he could get back his refund as he was traveling. And the said father of Dennis, that is Joseph Misati, said, yes, I can refund you, I have the funds, and actually gave him the amount. We will show from both M-Pesa accounts and from the bank accounts that indeed the money emanated and came from the accounts of Mr. and Mrs. Misati. Part of our defense team will address you on this, but I just want your attention to be drawn to this first point immediately in our response to the first count, that you will be subjected to the spectacle where a father is saying this money belongs
approach the chamber. In readiness for these proceedings, we hand you over to plenary. Have been your host, Jeremy Chabari. Thank you and welcome.
Order, honorable senators, welcome back. Clerk, kindly proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, in the morning sitting today, Wednesday, 13th of March, 2024, Senator Miraj, I want to be heard in silence. In the morning sitting today, Wednesday, the 13th of March, 2024, in the course of the opening statements of the parties in the matter of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Robert Onsare Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, a number of preliminary issues arose. For the County Assembly, Council raised the following matters. A request pursuant to Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary as contained in the third schedule to the Senate standing orders. That one, Mr. David Hagai Oyagi, the Acting Director, Enforcement and Compliance, County Government of Kisii, be summoned to appear and give evidence before the Senate, and in particular to produce his letter of appointment and confirm if the persons who are said to be working in the Deputy Governor's home are officials in the county. And two, a preliminary objection to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents submitted by the Deputy Governor and a request that they be expunged from the record on the grounds that they are irrelevant to the current proceedings as they are in an answer to allegations or charges that were not made by the County Assembly. Now, honorable senators, for the Deputy Governor, a preliminary objection was raised on the basis of Rule 20 to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents of the County Assembly on the basis that these paragraphs, among them paragraph 14, 22, 23, 24, and 25, were introducing new evidence and were not permissible. Counsel for the Deputy Governor urged that everything not communicated by the County Assembly in its transmittal letter dated the 1st of March 2024 be expunged from the record. Counsel for the Deputy Governor also objected to the summoning of Mr. Hagai Oyagi, as this would violate the Deputy Governor's right to a fair hearing as enshrined in Article 50 of the Constitution. Now, the defense of the Deputy Governor also raised a preliminary objection to the effect that the impeachment proceedings at the County Assembly were conducted outside the timelines provided for in the County Governments Act and in standing orders of Kisii County Assembly, and were therefore fatally incompetent. Honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, the final matter which arose and which this ruling will address was the matter of the appearance in the defense team of the Deputy Governor of one Sylvanus Osoro, a member of parliament serving in the National Assembly, who is also the majority whip in the National Assembly. Honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary, as contained in the third schedule to the Senate standing orders, provide as follows. Where a particular question or matter, including but not limited to questions of evidence, materiality, relevance, competence, or admissibility of evidence, and any questions consequential or incidental thereto, no provision has been made in the standing orders or in these rules. The Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the question or matter, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. As rightfully pointed out by Senator Sifuna, Rule 30 applies in circumstances where no provision has been made in the standing orders or in these rules. Where the standing orders and the rules make provision, naturally those provisions apply. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, as you will be aware, the timelines provided for the disposal of these impeachment proceedings are quite tight. As you're also aware, the Senate, when conducting the impeachment process, is sitting as a tribunal in a quasi-judicial capacity. Article 159(2) of the Constitution requires that in exercising judicial authority, courts, tribunals be guided by certain principles, among them that justice be administered without undue delay or undue regard to procedural technicalities. It also requires that the purposes and principles of the Constitution be protected and promoted. Additionally, the Constitution and Article 259 requires interpretation of the Constitution that promotes its purpose, values, and principles, and advances the rule of law and contributes to good governance. Honorable Senators, applying the Constitution, the County Government Act, the Senate Standing Orders, and the applicable rules, I rule as follows on the matters raised. 1. Firstly, on the request for summoning of Mr. David Hagai Oyagi, the Acting Director, Enforcement and Compliance, County Government of Kisii, pursuant to Rule 10, the same is permissible under the rules and is hereby allowed, with the caveat under Rule 20 that his evidence can only relate to the charges that were the basis of the impeachment as read to the Deputy Governor. This is in recognition of the right to a fair trial that the Governor enjoys under Article 50 of the Constitution. Directions are hereby given to the Office of the Clerk to immediately issue summons and facilitate the appearance of Mr. Oyagi in the Senate tomorrow, Thursday, 14th of March, 2024 at 2 p.m. The necessary adjustment to the proceeding shall be made to facilitate this. Secondly, on the preliminary objection to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents submitted by the Deputy Governor and the request that they be expunged from the record on the grounds that they are irrelevant to the current proceedings as they are in answer to allegations or charges that were not made by the County Assembly, the same is disallowed, as no prejudice to the County Assembly has been shown. The Senate is competent enough and will make a determination on the relevance of any evidence adduced before it. Thirdly, for the similar reasons, the preliminary objection raised on behalf of the Deputy Governor that certain paragraphs in the bundle of the documents of the County Assembly be expunged on the grounds that they introduce new evidence is disallowed, on the basis that the objection of necessity requires evidence to be adduced and its support or rebutted, and this can best be achieved in the course of the hearing. I therefore rule that this objection be subsumed and taken up by the defense in the course of the presentation of the case of the Deputy Governor. On the objection of counsel of the Deputy Governor that the proceedings of the County Assembly were conducted outside of the timelines provided for in the County Government Act and in the standing orders of Kisii County Assembly and were therefore fatally incompetent, I also rule that this is a matter of fact requiring adducing of evidence and will best be determined by hearing both parties and entertaining evidence that they have in respect thereof. This preliminary objection is accordingly also disallowed at this stage. Finally, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, is the matter of appearance of the Deputy Governor by Honorable Sylvanus Osoro, a member of parliament serving in the National Assembly, who is also the majority whip in the National Assembly. It recognized and is provided for in Standing Order 83 of the Senate Standing Orders that the governor has a right to appear and be represented before the Senate or a special committee. This is a right recognized in Article 50 of the Constitution. It is not in dispute that Honorable Osoro is a member of parliament and a state officer in terms of Article 260 of the Constitution. Pursuant to Article 75(1) of the Constitution, a state officer is required to behave, whether in public or official life, in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids any conflict between personal interests and public or official duties, compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest, or demeaning the office that the officer holds. In this respect, therefore, it is also useful to cite the well-known principle that justice must not only be done, but should also be seen to be done. The attention of the Senate was drawn to the Senate, can properly take judicial notice of the fact that the Honorable Osoro is a member of parliament representing a constituency in Kisii County and a leader both in the county and the national level, holding a senior leadership position in parliament in the Parliament of Kenya. And Article 93 of the Constitution, Parliament consists of the National Assembly and the Senate. And although the National Assembly and the Senate are required to perform their respective functions in accordance with the Constitution, it is the role of Parliament to protect the Constitution and promote democratic governance of the Republic. The roles of legislation
reference to the third schedule being your rules of procedure on impeachment. And those rules state to the effect that I have particular reference to Rule 14, Rule 20, and Rule 30. Rule 14 says any preliminary question or issue raised by the county assembly or by the governor shall be argued, and so on. And then at Rule 20, which is where I really want to place a lot of investment on, Rule 20. Rule 20 states, in presenting its evidence, the assembly shall not introduce any new evidence that was not part of the allegations against the governor by the county assembly as forwarded by the speaker of the county assembly to the speaker of the Senate. Now, honorable members, that section creates three thresholds. The first one is that it targets the county assembly. It doesn't target the subject of the impeachment. It doesn't say governor or deputy governor cannot introduce new evidence. It says the assembly shall not introduce new evidence. I pray, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the new evidence introduced to this assembly by the county after the close of the proceedings of the 29 be expunged from the record, and we limit our case to what was presented to the assembly. So the first issue is that it is a prohibition on the assembly. Number two is that it prohibits new evidence. Number three, it's that it prohibits new allegations. And number four is that the limit is what were the conversation between the speaker of the County Assembly and the Senate Speaker. Now, for purposes of determining that preliminary objection, we would be making reference to the letter dated 1st March 2023, being the letter written by the Speaker of the County Assembly to the Speaker of the Senate. And in that letter, at page 7 to page 8, they have listed the items that the Honorable Speaker read at the start of these proceedings, being the notice of motion, votes and proceedings, the order paper, and so on and so forth. However, when the letter was being written to the Deputy Governor, asking him to defend himself by a letter dated 8th of March, the contents of what the Speaker of Kisii County Assembly had forwarded to the Senate was changed completely. We have a new case completely. In the new document page, it has 3 pages. They have introduced the other one has about 20 documents. Even document number 20 is excluded. This new one has 24 documents. And if we are being faithful to the wording of that Rule 20, that there should be no new allegations, there should be no new evidence, and it should be limited to what the speakers communicated between themselves. Then this letter written by your staff member, Directorate of Legal Services, is a scenario where your staff is now changing the case that the Speaker of the Senate is aware of to another case altogether different. He now tells us we need to respond to issues of a video, a flash disk brought from Jen Bonareri, Mushe Samba, James Orenge, David Obiri, Che Mombasa, Fred Anyona. It asks us to also to respond to a report of public participation, which we have never seen. We are seeing it for the first time. We are looking at those flash disks for the first time as we come before you. It asks us to respond to contentions from David Akai. It asks us to respond to Gladys Aminga. And we are saying all these things were not part of what was in the County Assembly and what we responded to. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, members of the Assembly, we will be praying that you make a determination of the very substantive issues to this effect. Number one, whether a case that was determined at the County Assembly can mutate so that by the time it is reaching here, it's a different case from what was at the County Assembly, or you receive it as an escalation and limited to what was done at the County Assembly. And whether you have original jurisdiction then to entertain a question of impeachment. Because in the flash, it is alleged that the Deputy Governor received some money, 20,000 from this person, 5,000 from this person, and that's not a case we have had an opportunity to respond to. The gentleman by the name Akai, who against whom the summons are being asked, is being asked to produce the summon, says, I was told by the ward administrator that this happens. Hearsay, first of all. But the second thing is, it is not an issue that we had an opportunity to respond to. And for those reasons, then, we pray that the new evidence introduced be expunged, and we have particular reference to the contents of paragraph 14, paragraph 22, paragraph 23, paragraph 24, and paragraph 25 of the letter from your Directorate of Legal Affairs, which changes the case from what the Speaker said. Now, in that same letter, the Directorate of Legal Affairs also says that please also find a letter from Mr. Degwa, which now brings new case. And we are saying, what is the wording of that Rule 20? It says what the Speaker communicated to the other one. When did Ndegwa become...
Counsel, that letter you're referring to.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. Actually, that one I can show
contained in a volume.
Yes, may I show you?
Kindly direct the honorable senators to the volume and to the page.
Yes, it is the County Assembly's bundle, volume 1, page 336, please. 336. Yes, 300, sorry, 335. It's the last page actually. It's practically the last page on the bundle, this bundle here, volume 1. And honorable members, even as you look at that letter, please allow me, I know you might not have this letter which was written to Dr. Monda telling him to come and defend himself, but allow me to just read the first paragraph. It says this: the Speaker of the Senate on 2nd of March 2024 received communication dated 1st March 2024, together with a bundle of documents, stock records, from the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kisii for removal from office of the Deputy Governor of Kisii, Dr. Monda, for impeachment. And then it is listed. Now, when you go to the second page of that document, then it says, sorry, it is in the first page. Item number 1, it says, a letter dated 1st of April. No, sorry, this one you do not, I'm just referring to the letter that was written to the Deputy Governor telling him to defend himself. And I'm saying in that letter, the writer of that letter from your Department of Legal Affairs introduces things that the Speaker of Kisii had not said anywhere. And amongst them is the letter from Degwa. And in that letter of Degwa now, we are meeting it in this assembly for the first time. They are saying a fair copy of an affidavit from Dennis. That we never saw. I'm looking at page 335 now.
Yes, what is the issue, Senator Kavindu?
I thought what is taking us through, we should be having copies so that we can follow with him, because he's taking us through the process so that we can give a ruling. We should have the documents that is taking us through, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Senator. Council,
yes.
Again,
Yes,
kindly, as you
Yes.
make your opening statement, if you're referring to a document,
Honorable members, I'm referring to page
to the
330.
volume and to the page.
Yes, it is volume 1 of the Assembly's document. It is practically the last page. However, unfortunately, I have to cross-reference it to the letter that was written to Dr. Monda telling him to come and defend himself.
So that letter
is
to
dated
Dr.
8th of March.
Monda is contained in a different volume. Oh, it's not within your bundle of
It's
documents.
not. It is not in any of the bundles, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So can it be circulated, clerk? That's a document from the Senate. So can copies be done and
yes,
circulate? Yes, according to council, it emanated from the council.
Yes, it emanated from the Senate.
It emanated from the Senate.
And it is a letter directly responding to the letter from the County Assembly forwarding the material that was used to impeach the Deputy Governor. And honorable members, all I'm saying is under the Rule 20, it says this: the case of the County Assembly shall not change in terms of evidence and shall not change in terms of allegations, and will be limited to what the County Assembly Speaker communicated to the Speaker of the Senate. That is the scope of the law. That's Rule 20. Now, in this letter then from the Senate, which is a response notifying us to come and defend ourselves, it immediately changes what the Speaker from the County Assembly had done and introduces new evidence, which begs the question, who intervened and introduced new evidence? And one of them is the letter from Degwa dated, which is the one I'm talking about at page 335. In that, this is what we are being asked: a fair copy of the affidavit of Dennis Misai. I'm looking at paragraph 3, honorable members. It says, a fair copy of the affidavit of Dennis Misiati, a flash disk containing video clips emanating from public participation, including the one I told you about, Masimba. 3, an affidavit of Orenga Yenda saying I was manipulated on a land sale agreement, and 2 crucial protected witnesses. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the preliminary objection we are saying is expunge everything that was not communicated to you by the Speaker of the County Assembly as prescribed by Rule 20. Let the case be limited to the 5 counts plus what Benson says, and exclude everything else that was not part of it, which is what I've just referred to, being at those paragraph 14, 22, 23, 24, and 25 of the letter from your Directorate of Legal Affairs. I would just want to close by saying this, that if you constrained us to respond to some of these new things, including Agai, the flash disk and all this,
apply for the position?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what date you applied for the position?
It was around mid-April.
Mid-April.
Yes.
And were you shortlisted as an applicant?
Yes, I was shortlisted and I was invited for an interview.
You were invited for an interview?
Yes.
Confirm that what appears at page 267 is a schedule of appearances of shortlisted candidates. Page 35, sorry. Page 35 of the Deputy Governor's response. The document Honorable Senators labeled as DG at page 35.
Yes, these were the shortlisted candidates.
Confirm that that is the schedule of appearances for interviewees?
Yes.
Does your name appear in that schedule of appearance?
Yes, my name's at number 4.
Number 4?
Yes.
And what date was that when you're scheduled to appear?
It was the date. We did an interview on the 25th.
25th of which month?
May.
25th of May.
Yes.
Now, prior to the shortlisting and subsequent interview, did you make any other arrangements to secure the opportunity, the job opportunity?
So after, yes.
Proceed. What kind of arrangement did you make?
So after the interview, I was at home with my parents. So the DG called my dad and I told him that he will help him secure the position. He called us to his residence to make those arrangements.
When you talk about his residence, where is that residence?
Around Keumbu.
One in?
Keumbu.
Keumbu is in Kisii County?
Yes.
So were you part of that meeting?
Yes, I was.
Between your dad and the deputy governor?
Yes, I was.
Were you privy to the conversation between the deputy governor and your father?
No, we sat at a distance.
Yes.
While the deputy governor and my dad had a talk.
Yes.
Yes.
And what did you understand was the outcome between the discussion between the deputy governor and your father?
It was an agreement that we pay the sum of 800,000 shillings for him to enable us secure the vacancy.
What was the 800,000 supposed to do? And who were the beneficiaries of the 800,000 as per the conversation between your father and the deputy governor?
Initially, as I said, he said he was in touch with the CEO of Kisii Water, a sanitation company. So he was the one who will enable us get the vacancy.
Are you referring to the CEO or the MD of the company?
Yes, the CEO or the managing director. The same.
The MD?
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you. Did you have the money at the time? Or if you had, how had you raised that money?
At the time of visiting, we were aware it will demand some amount. So on agreeing on the amount that we will submit, we had raised the money earlier before. I was operating a salon at Ruai. So after the interview, we were sure it was a guarantee that the deputy governor, being in his position, he was able to get us the job. So I and my wife, we sold the salon, which we are operating at Ruai. We sold the salon to Peter Mungai, the sum of 500,000 shillings, which is an agreement that we had sold the salon.
Is that the agreement appearing at page 256 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents? Honorable Senators, I'm referring to, again, the bundle of documents from the County Assembly, Volume 1 at page 256. Confirm indeed that that is the agreement between you, your wife on the one hand, and the purchaser of the salon?
Yes, this is the agreement.
Now, Dennis, tell us, was your wife part of this agreement? Did she concur with your sentiments and plan to sell the business so that you can secure a job opportunity?
At first, my wife was not in agreement because now this is was our lifetime savings for a period of 13 years. We had been in Nairobi for the period of 13 years. So this was our lifetime savings. So she was not of the idea that we sell the salon.
Yes.
But since this was an opportunity for us to shape our life, I had to beg with her, to plead with her, so that he agrees to use their money for the occasion.
So subsequently, she agreed for you to sell the salon.
Yes.
And when you sold the salon, do you remember what dates that was?
Yes, the agreement we wrote on the 25th. He paid us in 2 installments. The first installment was 200,000 shillings.
And you look at the agreement and confirm the actual dates. Was
Yes.
it 25th or 20th? Confirm from
It
the
is
agreement.
25th.
Confirm from the agreement. There is a date written beneath.
The agreement was done on 20th, but the first payment was made on 25th.
Correct.
Yes.
So the agreement was done on 20th.
Yes.
And the first installment was to be paid on 25th of April.
Yes.
Was that before or after the shortlisting?
This was after the shortlisting.
After the shortlisting?
Yes.
Thank you. And what did you do with the money immediately you got it from the buyer of the salon?
The money he gave us, it was in cash. We carried the money home. We gave it to our parents to keep it safe for us.
Mr. Dennis Mukaya, you are an accountant.
Yes.
And you are saying that you gave your parents money to keep for you.
Yes.
That does not sound very credible. Why would you feel the need to give your parents money to keep for you?
You know, at that time we were doing a clearance. I would say we were selling all our items from Nairobi to relocate to our rural home. At that time, we even went to an extent of borrowing from this mobile banking, from our bank accounts, because now my wife was the one operating the business. We were doing most of the transactions through my wife's phone number. So we even went to an extent of borrowing money from KCB account, from Mshwari, so that we can raise the full amount. So we felt it better. It should be kept by our parents, because if we kept it, again, we could have gone to an extent of using the money. So it would not do the right purpose.
So you gave it to your parents because you felt you would have utilized the amount.
Yeah.
Thank you. What business do your parents do? What do they do for a living? When you talk about your parents, kindly talk about your father and your mother. What do they do for a living?
Okay, my father is a retired civil servant. He was working in the veterinary. He retired, but he has some business at home. He's operating an M-Pesa shop with a small retail shop at home.
He's operating an M-Pesa shop?
Yeah.
Thank you. So was the money subsequently given to the deputy governor?
Yes, when the deputy governor requested the 800 Kenyan shillings, we were able to give him on the date of 28th. We gave him 500,000.
The 28th of which month?
28th of May.
28th of May?
Yes.
That was the year 2023?
Yeah, last year.
Where was that money handed over at? What venue was that?
My dad did a transaction of 250 from his account. Actually, it was 251,000 from his account to the DG's M-Pesa. And then my mother sent me 250,000 to my account, M-Pesa account, so that I could transfer the same to the deputy governor. So I transferred the sum of 249 thousand Kenya shillings because of some transaction costs.
Kindly go to page 255 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents. Honorable Senators, I'm referring to volume 1 again at page 255. Honorable Senators, I'm looking at the second last transaction contained at page 255. Mr. Dennis, tell us about that transaction. Where was that money being sent to and from who? And what was the time? And which number was used to send that money to?
So this is my M-Pesa.
What is your M-Pesa number? Kindly read it out.
My M-Pesa number is 0725 487 300. So I did, after receiving a transaction of 250,000 from my mom, Anna Misati.
Do you have proof that you first received money from your mom?
Yes.
Kindly take us there. Look at the next page. The next page, Honorable Senators, is not paginated, but it's, if you flip, you will go to the next page. That is the page after 255. So the very first transaction, or rather, Mr. Dennis,
yes,
point the Honorable Senators to that transaction where money was sent to your phone from your mom's account.
The second page of my M-Pesa transaction is the first transaction which happened at 8 p.m. My mom sent me 50,000 Kenyan shillings. And again, he had in 7:51, he had sent the same amount of 50,000 to make it 100. And then the first, which was the first transaction at 7:44, he had sent
just a little bit
yes,
slowly. Honorable Senators, I'm referring to the 4th, 5th, and 6th transactions appearing on that page. So you received first 150,000?
Yes.
At what time?
The first transaction I received at 7:44.
7:44 from who?
From my mom, which is 150,000.
The name of your mom?
Anna Misati.
Anna Misati.
Yes.
The second transaction?
Was at 7:51.
Yes.
50,000. And then the last transaction that my mom sent was at 7:51.
Again of how much?
50,000 shillings.
And immediately after that, where do you transfer the money to?
So after I received the full 250,000 Kenyan shillings, I transferred the amount from my M-Pesa's mobile number to the deputy governor's phone number.
How much money did you send to the deputy governor's number?
The first amount that I sent to him was at 8:33, which is 150,000.
150,000. Confirm the number that you used to send the deputy governor through his mobile number, kindly.
It's not clearly indicated, but it ends with 700.
Do you know his number? You have?
Yes, I had it in my phone.
You have quoted that number in your affidavit. Kindly, we can refresh your memory by looking at the affidavit. It is important for that number to be captured.
Yeah, the mobile money that I used to send the DG, the amount is 0711 860
Can you repeat that?
0711 860
What was the name that came out after you sent the money?
The name that came out is Robert Monda.
Robert Monda.
Yes.
All this time, were you in the presence of the deputy governor?
Yes.
Or you are away from him?
We were away from him, but in the same premise.
The same premise?
Yes.
And that premises is where?
is home.
Is home.
Yes.
So how many transactions did you make to the deputy governor in total from your M-Pesa?
It's totaling to 249,000.
149,000.
Yes.
So the last transaction is the one appearing at page 255. Confirm that. The
Yes.
second last transaction.
Yes.
That again is from your M-Pesa
Yes.
to his M-Pesa.
Yeah.
Thank you. How did he receive the remainder of the amount, if any?
After leaving his residence, we had given him a sum of 500,000 Kenyan shillings. So the initial agreement that was we had to pay the 800,000 Kenyan shillings. So after leaving the place, we made an agreement that we shall deliver the amount the following day, which was on a Monday. Actually, we went in his place on a Sunday. So the following Monday, we could deliver the balance, which was 300,000 at his office.
His
which-
office.
Yeah.
But on that very day, did he receive any other amounts of money from any of the persons you were in the company of?
He only received the amount from my father.
From your father?
Yes.
Are you able to point us to that transaction where your father sent money to the deputy governor on the same day?
Second.
We are getting there, Honorable Senator. Just at page 64, 65 of the Deputy Governor's response, Volume 2.
Volume 2.
Volume 2 of the DG's response. Volume 2. Kindly show us the transaction where your father sent money to the deputy governor, appearing at page 65.
It is on page 65. On the same night of the 28th, my dad made actually 4 transactions. The first one was from this is a joint account, cooperative account between my dad and my mom. So the first transaction was 70,000. The second one was 70. And again, he did a transaction of 70. And then later, there's another transaction of 41. So it's totaling to 251,000 Kenyan shilling.
What was the nature of this transaction? It reflects that it's from a bank. How was that payment done? From the bank to?
It was done from the bank to the M-Pesa account of the deputy governor.
Deputy governor.
Yes. But this is now a different number than the one I used.
What number is that?
Yeah, this number is 0702 000 220.
Repeat that again.
It is 0702 000 220.
Who is the registered owner of that number?
It's registered to the deputy governor.
Deputy governor.
Yes.
That would total to how much? What you had given him and what your parents sent to the deputy governor?
It's totaling to 500,000 Kenyan shillings.
500,000.
Yes.
Your allegation was that the ask was for 800,000.
Yes.
What happened to the balance?
We agreed on the following day, which was on a Monday, we bring the balance of the 300,000 Kenyan shillings to his office, which is to the stadium, Kisii Stadium.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, you have had the occasion to look at the response of the deputy governor in defense to that specific allegation?
Not yet.
You have not looked at it?
Yes.
I want to refer you to the deputy governor's response. What he said about why he had received money from you and from your father and what he did to it. I want you to look at that response. Paragraph 16. The deputy governor alleges that your father owed the deputy governor some money, and that money sent from you and from your father and from your mother were towards the payment of that loan. What do you have to say to that line of defense?
Honorable Speaker, I can say that this is a lie, because if we look at the whole thing, I am included in this sending of the amount to V6 the deputy governor. And if at all this was a debt that my dad was paying to V6 the deputy governor, then if we look at his account, cooperative account, joint account, the account holds more than what I sent.
Let's go back to that account now that you've raised the issue.
Yes.
How much did your mother and father jointly have at the time they were sending money to the deputy governor? And what was the balance after they sent money to the deputy governor? Honorable Senators, we are again making reference to the deputy governor's response.
So after my dad sent the last amount, which was 41,000, in his account balance, it was a balance of 1.3 million.
So your father still had some balance in his account?
It was a balance of 1.3 million. Indeed, if he was paying a debt, and this is a family, you could have done the whole transaction at a go.
Thank you very much. So I want you again to look at that response, and Dr. Honorable His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kisii, alleges that he had loaned your father the amount of 600,000, some of which money had gone to pay fees for your child. I'm referring, Honorable Senators, at page 51 of the Deputy Governor's response. Page 61, all the way, page 5.
Page 5.
E5, it's E5. Had you received any money from your father that, to your knowledge, was an advance from the deputy governor that you paid school fees for your child with, that now that day you're refunding?
No.
Have you ever sought any assistance from your parents towards the education of your child?
Yes. This was after we had given the money to the deputy governor, we had sold everything we owed, then we had gone back home. I was not in any financial position thereafter to take my daughter to school.
Mr. Dennis, I have perused through the statements and I have seen a number of transactions between your father and the deputy governor as late as January 2024. Money flowing from your father to the deputy governor and vice versa. Are you aware why your father would occasionally send money to the deputy governor and vice versa? Because his defense is that they are long-term friends and they used to loan each other money, and this was not an isolated case. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I cannot deny that they are long-term friends for a long period of time. Actually, it exceeds 30 years. The main transaction between my father and the DG is that my father is one of the officials of a circle that he leads at our home.
What is the name of that circle?
It is called Kebobora Women Group.
Kebobora?
Yes.
Yes.
That's now our locality, is the treasurer. In many cases, in many occasions, the deputy governor borrows money from the circle through my dad's name, then he refunds with an interest. That's generally the business they're doing.
have been doing.
Yes.
But on this day, could it be one of such instances where the deputy governor had borrowed money and was being refunded to by your father?
No, it's not one of the days. As I stated earlier, if actually this was the borrowing and lending business, I am not an official of the SACCO. Then I was not entitled to make a transaction to the deputy governor through my mobile phone.
Did you have any other reason to visit the deputy governor's home on 28th of May? Apart from the business of giving him money for securing the job vacancy, did you have any other business?
No.
Have you ever been to the deputy governor's home at any other time?
No.
What then does your presence mean against the defense of the deputy governor that it was a repayment of the loan?
I was the owner of this in all initiative. I was the one who was looking for employment. So I was to be there to witness what was going on. Because this was my money.
Are you aware if the deputy governor ever transmitted any money to the target of the bribe?
Yes.
And who was that target?
The director of Kisii Water, after sending him the full amount.
What is the name of the managing director of Guasco?
Her name is Lucy Wahito.
Lucy Wahito.
Yes.
And a look at the document before you. Honorable Senators, I'm looking at page 99 of the DG's response. Page 99 of the Deputy Governor's response. Is there any money sent to that very person, Lucy Wahito, the MD of Guasco, on that very day?
Yes, there's a sum of 100,000 Kenya shillings.
100,000.
Yes.
What time was that money sent?
It was sent on date 28th May 2023 at 9:24 p.m.
9:24
p.m. Yes.
And what time had you sent the money to the deputy governor?
The last transaction I made at the first transaction I made it at 8:33 p.m. 8.
Then an hour later, he sent money to the same Lucy, that is the MD of Guasco.
Yes.
The very company where you had applied and were shortlisted for a
Yes.
position.
Yes.
Now, the deputy governor says that that money was sent erroneously, but interestingly, to the same person that he was meant to bribe. What do you say about that?
I don't know what to say, but this was that transactions, but I actually believe this was a bribe so that he could.
In your previous discussions with the deputy governor and your father,
Yes.
were you aware if Lucy Wahito was the person who was meant to be bribed by the amount of money you were giving?
Actually, I did not know the name, but I know it was going to be given to the managing director.
Yes.
Now, who happens to be Lucy White.
And to be Lucy.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever secure that employment at the Guasco company?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
Did you make follow-ups with the deputy governor or your father, making an inquiry over the same?
Yes, I did. We made constant follow-up through my dad, the deputy governor, but we did not receive any convincing communication.
Now, Dennis Mukaya Misati,
Yes.
your own father, biological father, your mother will tomorrow appear before Senate and they will label you as a liar. Why would you want to go against the statements of your own father? Why would your father be lying about the purpose of the money sent to the deputy governor?
Actually, this is my life. That was my money. This was my lifetime savings. If my dad chooses to choose friendship over the truth, then let it be so.
Thank you. As
Are you done with the witness? Because he's breaking down.
we can pause for just 30 seconds. I'm sure he can
All right.
recollect himself.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly take care of the situation in the public gallery.
Can we proceed, Mr. Dennis? Kindly tell the honorable senators what is the current relationship you have with your parents as a result of this.
Actually, I don't have anything against my parents. The fact is that this was our lifetime savings with my family. We have built this, we had built this business for the last 13 years. Now, this was our opportunity to sell the business and get something that we could help the family. But we lost everything. After I lost everything, the parents at home became unsupportive. So we had to leave our home so that we can find somewhere where we can start all over again.
And how did that affect you as a couple, between you and your wife?
Just hold, Council. Senator Bondi, what is your intervention? And just to remind
Mr.
honorable
Speaker.
senators, you'll have an opportunity to engage the witness. So I hope whatever you want to raise has got nothing to do with seeking clarification or asking questions.
Mr. Speaker, purely on humanitarian grounds, I was requesting that you use standing order number 1 to allow the young witness probably 5, max 10 minutes for him to recompose himself. You can see, Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness is completely emotionally eroded.
From the council, the witness is doing pretty well. That's why they're proceeding. Otherwise, that application can only come from the council, not from you, Honorable Senator. Proceed, council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I urge the witness to gather courage and proceed. Mr. Dennis.
Yes.
How has this ordeal affected your family life between you and your wife?
Initially, my wife was not in agreement that we sell our family business to relocate. So I had to persuade that she agrees with me. We shall get better after we secure that job. So we agreed, we relocated to our home. So after we were disappointed, after we did not secure the opportunity, recruitment was done, people reported. So it was so stressful. My wife did not take it easy because he branded me a liar because now we have lost the family business. At that time, my wife was expecting. This was after 12 years of trial. My firstborn is 3 years old now. We are tried for all that period, but now she was expectant. Actually, during those hard times, my wife miscarried. Just miscarried our baby. I can stop that. So the whole blame came back to me because initially she was not in agreement to sell the business. We got into much stress and depression. I had to look for a way to sort out this issue. We had to leave home. We had to look for elsewhere so that we can start over again, as I say.
Thank you. You have also made allegations against threat to your life. Kindly tell us how that is the case.
So after I knew appointments were done, and actually there's no job, there's no vacancy, our savings are all gone. So I actually, this one of my friend I've been following on social media, called, by that time it was 2020, I've been following him since 2020, 22. Now he was now the elected MCA of Ichuni Ward. I actually approached him. I inquired if he could help for me to secure the money that I did what I gave to the deputy governor.
And that is the move of this motion?
Yes.
What did the move of the motion advise you to do after you brought this to his attention?
So when I reported this to him, he took it as a joke until I provided the documents. He requested for the M-Pesa statement showing the transaction. I'm sure I did. Then he advised me to make a formal complaint so that he can follow up with the deputy governor for my refund. Actually, I knew he was doing it so that I can get my refund. I never knew he could just reach this far.
So it was not your intention for you to find yourself as a Senate on the impeachment charges. Have you ever received your money back?
No.
Have you made any follow-ups in any government agency to recover your money?
So after I left home I relocated to Nairobi, I made a complaint to EICC of the same.
Have EICC summoned anyone in respect to this issue?
After making the complaint, they summoned the CEO of Kisii Water.
Who is that?
Lucy White.
So Lucy was summoned by EICC?
Yes.
Pursuant to your complaint?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I want to stop at that and yield the witness to my learned friend for cross-examination. Thank you.
Counsel for the Deputy Governor. It's on now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Misati. I said good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Okay. Now, I would want to start with a few preliminary issues. From the cross-examination, you say you've seen the response by your father and your mother.
Yes.
Yes. And you see that their position is that they were refunding money they had borrowed from the deputy governor.
Yes.
And what did you say is your position about that position of your parents?
Sorry?
What is your reaction to the point made by your parents that the money was a refund of a loan that had been given to them?
Actually, it's a lie.
You are telling this and
Yes.
it's a lie.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you in your affidavit you admit readily that your father and the deputy governor have been friends for many years.
Yes.
That's a fact.
It's a fact.
Okay. Do you know whether they were borrowing each other money over the years?
Yes, they have been borrowing money,
They have been borrowing.
but I can actually say the deputy governor has been the one who's been borrowing money.
Listen to my question.
Yes.
You admit that indeed over the years they have been borrowing each other money.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it is also true your father and the deputy governor have aggregate business in Kisii, isn't it? Have aggregate businesses.
Yeah.
Both of them,
Yeah.
separately. It's not a joint business. It's each of them is running their own business, isn't it?
To date, no.
Sorry?
To date, there's no business.
Okay, they used to run.
Yeah, they used it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. And it is also true that they used to borrow each other's stocks.
Yes.
And so your position is that in respect to this specific point that Mr. and Mrs. Misach have borrowed money in November, October 2022 is a lie. Why do you having admitted that they borrow each other money, what makes you distinguish this one of this refund of money borrowed in November, October 2022? What distinguishes this exchange?
So my reason is that I was, as he said, we were giving a refund.
Yes.
I was not involved in their transactions at first.
Okay.
I have come from Nairobi
Yes.
to Kisii.
Yes.
For my first time over a period of a long period of time.
Okay.
So
that's okay for
Yes.
me.
Yeah.
So you admit that you do not know what their transactions were?
The one I sent to the deputy.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah, so let's go back again to my question. My
Yes.
question is, what is the basis, having admitted that they borrowed each other's stock, they borrowed each other money, what is it that distinguishes the case of this 500,000 that Mr. and Mrs. Misati are saying we borrowed from Monda in November and we're refunding him in May 2023?
All along on their borrowing business, I have never been included.
You don't
But
know.
in this case,
Okay.
I am.
So could the record of the Senate then reflect that your point is that you're asking for your money, but you wouldn't know whether or not they had borrowed each other in November 2022?
Actually, what
Do you know whether or not they borrowed each other in November?
that was not a borrowing.
Sorry?
It was not a borrowing that we are not
Your
refunding.
position is that they didn't borrow each other in November.
I don't know.
You
but
don't know.
At that time.
Okay, then let's leave it there because that's what I wanted you to confirm.
Yes.
Whether you can say for a fact they didn't borrow each other or you don't know. Now, you say also that in your affidavit, I've seen quite a number of paragraphs where the communication was between your father on your behalf and the deputy governor, isn't it?
Yes.
You have your affidavit there? Honorable members, I am referring to page 17 of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Page 17, please. You have your affidavit there?
Yes,
Yes. Could you confirm that paragraph 5 is information you received that got to you through your father, and it was not a conversation directly with the deputy governor? Paragraph 5, you said that in early 2023, my father had learned through deputy governor of job vacancies with Pasco. That's what you've said.
Yes.
That information came to you through your father, isn't it?
Yes.
Not a personal conversation with the deputy
It
governor.
was through my father.
Okay. Let's go to paragraph 6, please. In paragraph 6, you said that on 21st April, while I was working with a company known as Together as One, finance as marketer, my father brought to my attention. That information also came to you through your father. You did not talk with the deputy governor.
It came through my father.
Okay. Let's look at paragraph 9. In paragraph 9, you said that the deputy governor called us to his home in Kisii within days of being informed by my father about the post and before the interview was carried out. You can see that?
Yes.
That also came through your father, not directly between you and the governor.
It's all the communication was done through my father.
Okay. I would like you to look at paragraph 11D. 11D. At the next page. Are you at D?
Yes.
You said Kenya shillings 250,000 was sent to Dr. Monda through my father's Safaricom line. That is also information in the hands of your father, not you personally, isn't it?
This was the information from my father.
Thank you very much. And lastly, paragraph 17. You said that you informed your father of intention to report the matter to EACC, and your father told Dr. Monda, and Dr. Monda was upset.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, having gone through that, could you confirm that you, in terms of the whole of this transaction, you've not had a direct conversation between yourself and Dr. Monda, and that you would tell your father to communicate with Dr. Monda?
All the communication was done through my dad. I've never
Your
had
father?
any direct communication.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Could we also confirm that apart from not having a personal conversation with Dr. Monda, you did not have any telephone conversation with him?
True.
No telephone conversation?
Yeah.
And no oral conversation. Now, did you say you've been to Dr. Monda's house only once? Did you say that when you are being led in evidence into?
In his office?
Yes.
Yes.
So, sorry, I mean his house.
In his house or home?
Let's start with his house.
House we went on the 28th of May.
I understand that.
Yes.
I'm saying that was the only time you've gone there?
That was the first time I went there.
That was the first time?
Yes.
What does it mean to say first time? Have you subsequently gone there?
No.
Okay, so it's the only time,
Yeah, it's the
even
only
as
time.
you stand here today?
Yeah, it's the only time.
Okay. Now, it is also your testimony that on that date of 28th, when you remitted the sum of 249,000, Dr. Monda and your father were seated at a distance talking as friends,
Yes.
and you were separate from them.
Yeah, I was with my other brothers.
You were with your other brothers. How many
Yes.
of them?
We were with my other 3 brothers.
So you are 4 brothers?
We were 4.
Okay.
Yes.
At a distance. Okay. Did you participate in the conversation between Dr. Monda and your father?
No,
Did
I
you,
didn't.
for instance, say, no, it was on a Saturday, or did you make any contribution? Did you participate in that conversation at all, one way or the other?
No.
Okay. Okay, now, it is your case that the money belongs to you.
Yes.
Okay. It is also your admission that you do not know whether your father owed Dr. Monda any money.
Sorry?
So, as you stand here before the Senate,
Yes.
your position is that the money belongs to me, Dennis, isn't it?
Yes, that was my money.
Simultaneously, you cannot say for a fact, from where we've just come in cross-examination, that Joseph Misati, your father, did not owe Dr. Monda any money. You cannot say that.
If they had, I didn't know.
Just
about
answer
it.
the question
Yes.
I've just asked you.
Yes.
You cannot say for a fact whether Joseph and your mom owed Dr. Monda any money. You cannot confirm that.
I cannot confirm.
Thank you. Now, let's go to paragraph 10. We will come back to the other paragraphs. I had paragraph 10. Honorable members, I'm referring to page 18 of Deputy Governor's bundle, page 18, paragraph 10. In paragraph 10, you say that I and my father voluntarily gave him Kenya shilling 799,000 an amount meant to secure me a job, believing him as deputy governor with influence over Kwasco, which is an entity of the county government, which he deputizes as head of government. That's what you stand by that statement, isn't it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so if this were a court, you would be ready now to be sentenced, isn't it? You are admitting you're a criminal.
I'm not admitting, I'm not a criminal.
You're saying, I gave out a bribe. Aren't you saying that here? No?
Actually, this, I can say that.
Oh, paragraph 10, you're saying you gave out money with the intention of getting a job. Isn't that what you're saying? A bribe with the intention of getting a job.
I only succumbed to pressure from the big office. And
Your state of mind aside, all I'm saying is you are admitting before the Senate that as you stand and as you testify and even as you complain, you are saying, I am coming with, first of all, an admission that I'm a criminal, isn't it?
I'm not.
Haven't you said you're a criminal here, that you are giving out a bribe?
This
Or
was,
you think giving a bribe is not a crime?
at first they called it a facilitation fee. Others call it tea. I don't know. Now you are calling it a bribe.
Who complained to Honorable Sioja, who has been peddling this story that I bribed? Isn't it you? Isn't it you who has been saying I bribed and I didn't get a job?
I told Honorable Sioja I gave.
So then I want to move on from this point then. Are you then now telling the Senate it was not a bribe, it was a facilitation? Are you repurposing the name of the 799?
That's how he called it.
It was a facilitation, not a
That's how he
bribe.
called it, yes.
Not a bribe.
Yes.
Okay. Now, your hope was, and it was somewhat a gamble, was that if I give out 799, I'll get a job. That was the state of your thinking, based on what you brought to the Senate.
Yes.
You are gambling that at least this 799 will fetch me a job, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I said you are gambling with getting a job, isn't it? You are hoping to get a job.
Yes, I was hoping, yeah.
Now, may I ask you as a general proposition, is it true that you by nature engage in gambling?
What do you mean?
That you are a gambler?
That's not true.
It's not true.
Yes.
Okay. Say that again. Are you saying, you swore to say the truth, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you swearing that by nature you are not a gambler, you don't bet?
Actually, betting is a yes, sir.
So you gamble. You gamble on the job and you're a gambler generally in life, isn't it? Okay, I would like to, honorable members, I would like to go to page 22, 21 and 22 of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Do you have your M-Pesa record there? You're relying on your M-Pesa record, isn't it?
Yes.
I would like you to look at the first page. Your M-Pesa was obtained on the 29th of January 2024. You can see that? Your M-Pesa obtained on 29th January 2024. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I would like you to look at the entry of the 28th of May 2023. It should be the fourth last entry from the bottom. Are you there?
Which one?
The fourth last entry. Do you want me to help you?
Right here.
You're there?
Yes.
It's true that in that entry, you had about 400 shillings and you spent about 100 shillings in gambling, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 2. Okay, at page 2, I'd like you to look at the entry at your transaction at on the 28th of May, the same day we are talking about, at 12 o'clock. Are you there?
Yes.
12 o'clock. At that time, you had 300 shillings and you spent 200 in gambling, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And then at 10:21 on the same 28th May, the same day we are talking about money being sent to Dr. Monda, out of a sum of you didn't have any money, you had only 34 shillings, but somehow you spent 100 shillings in gambling, isn't it?
Yes.
Then the day before at 1851, you spent another amount, isn't it, at another 100 shillings and left a balance of 34 shillings in your account, isn't it? Okay, and I don't want to go through all this because of time, but you agree that generally your statement shows you engage in gambling?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The same way you are gambling with the governor and the job?
Yes.
By throwing, okay, thank you. Now, I would like to move on then to the big question here. Whose money was it? Your position is it is your money, but you do not know whether Dr. Monda and Mr. and Mrs. Misati owed the money. Now, I would like us to just discuss on the face of what you came with to the Assembly and then subsequently to the Senate. It is true from what my colleague, Mr. Mutuma, took you through, that you confirm money came from your mom's M-Pesa account and Misati to your M-Pesa account, isn't it?
It's true.
And that is the money. So let's start. You received money from honorable members. That M-Pesa statement is at page 75 to 88, but with particular reference to the entries at page 87. 87, honorable members, 87, page 87. Could you, which bundle are you using? Sorry? Let me see the bundle. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Are you at page 87?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you confirm that the entry of 28th May at 2001, are you there? Entry at 2001, you must have seen that. 2001? 2001, can I help you? Next to the stamp, you can see it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You confirm that at 2001 on the 28th, you received 50,000 from Mrs. Misati, your mom.
Yes.
And then on at 1951, you received another 50,000 from her.
Yes, I did.
And lastly, at 1944, you received 150,000 from her.
Yes.
Okay. And these are exactly the amounts you remitted to Dr. Monda, less 1,000.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you keep 1,000?
This was for transaction costs.
Okay.
Yes.
So you kept 1,000 for transaction. Now, so your mama sent you 200,000 flat. Sorry.
250.
250.
Yes.
But you remit to Dr. Monda only 149.
Yes.
And you kept 1,000. Sorry, you remitted 249 and kept 1,000, isn't it?
Actually, it was not 1,000 after now the transaction.
Yes.
I don't know the much that remained in the account.
Do you know how much
It
you
was
sent?
less. It was less 1,000.
It was less 1,000.
Yeah, because of the
Now, the
transaction.
question I have for you is, did you call your mom and ask her to request her to withhold 1,000 shillings?
Sorry?
You withheld 1,000 from her, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Did you request her to withhold that 1,000? Did she authorize you to keep that 1,000?
No.
And did your father authorize you to keep that 1,000?
My dad told me to send 249.
But it's your father who
it
told you?
It was my father because we were there with my father.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it is because you needed to cushion yourself against the expenses of this transaction, isn't it? Isn't it?
That was the.
So you were saying,
yes.
I don't want you to incur an expense. You can keep 1,000, send 249, isn't it?
But this was.
No. We must go through this. So he told you, because that's my instructions, he told you, I don't want you to spend your money. So send 249, keep 1,000 being the charges that that you would incur with Safaricom for passing on this money, isn't it?
That's not true.
What is the truth position?
If my dad, after making the first transactions, actually my dad did the first transactions to the deputy governor. he had done a total of transaction of 100.
Let's just go back so that we don't spend too much time.
Yeah.
Why were you keeping 1,000? Let's just put it like that, then we
Because
can.
my dad had sent him 251 with an extra 1,000. You get. So I sent 249 to make it a total of 500.
So if this money was yours, why was your father, if this money was yours, why would your father be concerned about whether or not you would spend money to remit the amount? Why would he bother? Isn't it because it was his money and he didn't want you to go at a loss?
It was actually, he wanted to make the full payment of 500,000 Kenya shillings.
I'm saying, the reason is because your father didn't want you to spend money on his business, isn't it?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll move on from there. So now, so let's say, so your position is that this money your mom was sending was your money. Is that your position?
Yes, it
Okay.
was.
Now, without spending so much time on that point then, could you confirm that you have not brought anything to show that you have not given us any paper trail to show that money came from you to your mom's M-Pesa account?
I gave the full amount, 800, to my
No,
parents,
just answer
not
my
my
question.
mom.
My question
Sorry.
is,
Yes.
we have paper trail. We've traced how
Yes.
money came from your mom and into your account and to Monda, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've shown us EACC documents and so on and so forth. I'm saying in the same way you are so diligent, you've not given us, with the same diligence, documents showing that on a given date, you remitted the sum of 250,000 to your mom, which is a basis for you to say this money was mine originally and my mom was just a custodian.
There was no documents.
Thank you. You
Yes.
did not document. Now, in your statement, I want you to go to page page 19, paragraph 11D. 11D, are you there?
Yes.
In that one, you say 250,000 through my father Safaricom, 250,000 was remitted, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's start. This is wrong, isn't it? This is mistaken. This is not accurate. Is this correct?
This is not correct.
This is wrong.
Yes.
Okay. When did you realize it is wrong?
Actually, the transaction that my dad did.
No.
Yes.
So,
After
you went to see Honorable Sioch and told him.
That's not true. That's not what. Those are not the allegations. Let me explain.
Okay.
During you actually said when we were making these transactions.
No. I
my
don't want you to
dad,
go a long way. I thought you're answering
sat-
my question. My question is simply this. You admit that paragraph 11D, saying that your father remitted 250,000 through Safaricom line of your father is wrong. You admit that, isn't it?
This statement's wrong.
Okay, and my
Yes.
question was simply this.
Yes.
When did you realize that was a wrong, that is inaccurate?
When I got to see my father's statement.
So you saw it for the first time when your father explained and said, no, I didn't send M-Pesa to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
The initial case
No,
was.
just limit yourself to my questions. So when your father responded, then you realized that that 250 was paid to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
Yes.
How?
The transactions was done with secretly between my dad and the DG.
Yes.
The first transaction.
Yes.
Then he came back to me saying.
No, we are talking
yes.
about a different issue. The question
Yes.
is simply that, was it paid through Safaricom? No. When did I learn it? When my father responded.
Yes.
You realize, let me just put it directly to you then. You realize that the money was pulled out from cooperative bank account directly to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
Sure.
That's the first time you realized.
Yes.
Kumbe, this transaction was not M-Pesa to M-Pesa. It was actually bank to Dr. Monda's account, isn't it? Now, was there any time when you knew your money was at cooperative bank? Yourself? Okay, let's start. Did you put your money at any time at cooperative bank account of your father and your mother?
No, I gave the full amount in cash. I said.
You gave the two of them in
Yes,
cash?
yes.
No. So you didn't know they were in Safaricom or in M-Pesa?
So wherever they chose to keep it,
Now,
I did not.
okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
I would like to move on.
Yeah.
You also say that your father remitted 250,000. Is that correct? Was it 250?
251.
It was 251.
Yes.
So even in that sense, this statement is also wrong.
It was 251.
Now, I would like to put it to you that the reason why you don't know that the money was from Cooperative Bank, that the money was 251, is because Dr. Monda and your father were talking at a distance, as you already told this Senate, isn't it?
That's not true.
What's not true?
You know, we live in a world of technology. So if I make any transaction between me and you, it's personal. I cannot tell.
No, I think that's irrelevant. All I'm asking you, if you were seated with Dr. Monda and your father, you would have heard that your father was saying, I will give you the money from Cooperative Bank, isn't it? You would have heard that. You didn't hear that, did you?
We sat in a distance.
You at a distance?
Yes.
Neither would you have heard about 251.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so let's say, for argument's sake, that they discussed bribe. That story of whether or not this money was for a bribe or a refund would be what your father would tell you when you're leaving the place, isn't it? Because you're not seated together and discussing, please, is this work worth 1 million or 500,000 or 799 or 800? You are not there to listen to that conversation as to whether or not this money was a bribe. It must be what your father told you as you walked out, isn't it? As we've seen in paragraph 5, 6, 9, 11, and 17.
I think, honorable members, I don't see a need why.
Sorry?
I don't see need anywhere why I should go with all my sons to the DG's house or his home to pay a debt. To pay a debt, as he says, of which you could have done it comfortably from our home direct.
But they are friends, isn't it?
They are friends, yes.
And in both your affidavit and your statement, you said they visited each other severally, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And this visit was not exception. The only distinction is that you went there with him for the first time.
It was my first time.
But let's go back to the issue that I would really like the Senate to get. The question of the body of the conversation between the deputy governor and your father is an issue that you could only learn from your father as you're walking out, isn't it? Because you're not seated with them.
Actually, when the deputy governor called us, we knew what we were going to do at his home. We knew.
I will ask you again.
Yes.
You didn't hear what they were discussing.
I did not hear what
You
they were
did not hear what they
discussing,
discussed.
but my dad
And so you
shared.
don't know
Yes.
whether this money was for a job? Would you?
I knew.
How do you know and you couldn't hear?
Because
they are discussed earlier.
My father had updated us before leaving home.
Sorry?
Before leaving our home to Monda's place. Yes.
That's still okay with me.
Yes.
So it is your father who is telling you we are going to pay Dr. Monda to help us get a job. Is that your point?
Monda had called him.
Yes.
We visit him. To his
That's
place.
still okay.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, the point I'm just, the real bottom line, Dennis, if you don't mind, is that there is no point at which you and Dr. Monda discussed whether or not he can get you a job. All you know is what your father told you.
Yes, all the communication was through my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's look at paragraph 5 of your affidavit. You say that in early April 2023, my father had learned through deputy governor of a job at Quasco. You seen that? Paragraph page 17, honorable members, page 17, paragraph 5. Are you there?
Yes.
So in early April 2024, my father had learned through the governor of job vacancies. Your position is that it is governor who told your father there. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's my
The
position.
source of information was the deputy governor telling your father.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at paragraph 9 of your affidavit. The next page, page 18. At page 18, you said that the deputy governor called us to his home in Kisii within days of being informed by my father about the post and before the interview. You can see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, at paragraph 5, you're saying the traffic of information is from the deputy governor to your father.
Yes.
In paragraph 9, you're saying the source of the traffic is your father calling the deputy governor. The Senate is to take who initiated this discussion about the job. Is it as in paragraph 5 that it is the deputy governor who initiated it, or it is your father who initiated it as in paragraph 9?
It is the deputy governor who called my dad.
So paragraph
Yes.
9 is inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I would like us to look at paragraph 6. So the governor, according to you, governor calls your father, tells him there's a job, and then your father tells you to scout. You use the word scout, you scout it, and so on and so forth, isn't it?
Yes.
And then at paragraph 6, then you say that on Friday, 21st April 2023, while I was working with a company known as Together as One, as a marketeer, my father brought to my attention the advertisement for job vacancies with Quasco on its website. I downloaded the advert and applied for the post of commercial manager. Is that statement, do you stand by that statement as it is? The information, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. When was the first time you knew? On the face of that statement. 2021st, isn't it?
From
$799 happens after you've made the application, isn't it?
after I did my interview.
After you did your interview?
Yes.
And you did your interview. I know in cross-exam, in evidence in Q, you say the interview was on 25th of May.
Yes.
The correct position is that it was on 15th of May, isn't it?
It's when we did the interviews.
Sorry?
Interview?
Yes. It was on 15th May, isn't it?
It was around 25th.
No, Lucy says, and even you have said in other places it was 15th.
You can see from the...
Yes, we can see from your letter of invite. At page... I will get the date in a minute and then probably... Okay. If you could go to page... page... 40, if you could go to page 40. You are shortlisted, isn't it? I'm just trying to locate your name. I'm sorry about this.
Check it on
Yes, page 35.
39.
Yeah, 35. Huh?
39.
39.
Yeah, that's the list of the short list.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So when was it? When is the interview?
26th May.
That's when the interview is.
Yes.
See, 39.
Page 39.
This is a short list of human resource manager. Why are you applying for human resource manager?
We did the same.
Could you look at page 35, please?
Page 35, yes.
Anyway, let me
Yes.
do this.
It is
I don't
20
see the date.
25th May.
Yeah, sorry?
It's on 25th May.
If you look at the bottom of page 36. Page 36, are you at page 36?
Yes.
Does it show the date at the bottom there?
Yes.
Of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. So when was your interview again, my friend?
This shows when the shortlisting was done, date 15.
Okay, 15.
But the interviews were held on 25th.
Okay.
Yes.
We will come back to that. Yes. But you are telling this Senate, you learned of the adverts on 21st, you made the application, you are shortlisted, and you went for the interview. before you discuss about the bribe. That's really what I want. I want the point that in time at which the issue of bribe was discussed. You're saying it was after the interview or before the interview?
After.
After the interview?
Yes.
Okay. So that interview could have been 25th May?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before that date, when the interview was done, you had not discussed raising money to pay Dr. Monda?
We had, my dad told me that it will be required,
Yes.
but at that time, the deputy had not communicated.
Okay.
Yes.
And he told you when? Around when? And I'm okay if you can't remember, just give us
After-
a general timeline.
That's around that was around April, towards the end of April now.
Around?
April.
Around April?
Yeah, towards the end.
Sorry?
Towards the end of April.
You made your application on 21st April, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said towards the end of April. So we are looking at around 25th to 23 is when your father tells you it's likely some amount will be required to get the job. Isn't
This April, we are talking about May. May is when we gave
Yes.
the amount, yes.
Yeah. What I'm asking you, Dennis, is when did the subject of being bribed come up?
After my interview.
After your interview?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling this Senate the interview was on 25th?
Yes.
25th May. And before that, the issue of bribe had not been discussed?
It was not been discussed, but we had an idea after my interview that something will be required.
Okay.
Yes.
So tell the Senate again. So you're saying before you did your interview on 25th, Dr. Monda had not asked for anything, but you, in your place, you suspected you might need.
I cannot say the communication which took place between my father and the deputy governor.
So the first time you had communication from Dr. Monda was post-interview on 25th of May. That's the first time Dr. Monda spoke and said, please bring me 800,000, according to you, from your father.
I cannot tell because they usually talk.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay if
Yeah.
you don't remember. But your position is that the earliest Dr. Monda spoke to you, asked about any money was after the interview.
Yes.
But before that, you had not asked for any money.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said something I didn't know. You said before he asked you for the money after the interview on the 25th May, you suspected he might need some money.
You know, I told you all communication was done.
Just answer the question.
Yes.
You had said that earlier,
Yes.
or you're retracting it. Did you suspect that you will need some money?
To get some money, what do you mean? To give some money or to get some money?
To give him some money for the job.
Yes.
From where you sit that you knew he might need.
Yes.
But he had not told you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so we are looking at the date of application of 25th. We are looking at an interview done on we are looking at an application met on 21st of April and an interview done on 25th May. Now, I'd like us to go to the Deputy Governor's bundle, page 256. Honorable members, I'm looking at volume 1 of the County Assembly bundle, page 256. Are you there, my friend? Are you at page 256? No, I'm looking at this, your bundle, this one.
That's volume.
Page 256, but this bundle. Page 256, please. The sale agreement, basically. Are you there? $256. It is after something like this. I don't know. Mr. Speaker, am I allowed to go next to him and so that we move on as they look for the page?
Please, if you can assist, that will be appreciated.
Okay, therefore. Now, Mr. Dennis, I would like you to see the bottom of that agreement. In evidence in chief, you admit that you made that agreement on the 20th of April 2023, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, keeping in mind the timelines we've said, you applied on 21st of April, you went for interview on 25th of May, and then the request for a bribe was raised by Dr. Monda, according to you. By 20th of April 2023, when you're selling your saloon for 500,000, Dr. Monda had not told you anything about a bribe, isn't it? You are only suspecting that he will ask for a bribe.
I did not know any communication.
Sorry?
I did not know any communication from Monda to my dad at that time.
Okay, so when you're selling it...
At this time, I was not even at home, I was in Nairobi.
Yes, I know you are in Nairobi.
Yes.
And so at that time, when you're selling it, you had no communication about any bribe being required.
My dad told me we will shift from Nairobi to Kisii.
Okay.
It was necessary to make the job arrangements.
Okay.
So I had to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Dr. Monda, if you say your interview was on 25th of May, the issue of the need to use the money you had, the 500,000 and whatever else, came a month later, on 25th of May. This is 20th of April.
Yes.
And Dr. Monda is asking for money in, and I'm not saying he did, I'm saying according to your case, he asked for it a month later on 25th of May, isn't it?
Yeah.
All this time you're holding the money.
I was not holding the money. The whole amount I gave it to my dad. I told you they operate a business.
Yes.
So I gave them the whole amount.
Okay.
To keep safe.
So I have the greatest respect for you, greatest possible respect for you, Mr. Dennis. But when you cry and say, I sold my saloon, you are selling saloon from your own mind that a bribe might be required. Dr. Monda is not the one who told you, I need money. And when you're selling it, it was not because Monda told you to sell your saloon.
As I stated earlier, I did not know any communication between my dad.
So why are you crying? Why are you crying and
okay.
it's not Dr. Monda who told you to sell your saloon or forced you to sell your saloon? He had not told you to give him any bribe.
So where is my business? Where did it go to?
Yeah, that. When you sold it on 20th, Dr. Monda had not spoken to you, had he?
Okay, where are the proceedings?
Okay,
from the
anyway,
sale of
I
my
think I've
salon?
made my point to the Senate.
Yes.
I'd like to move on to a different issue. And I probably just want to finish because I know you need, your colleagues need time. So you said Dr. Monda also threatened you, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the other count against Dr. Monda. Now, we are agreed, Doctor, you never spoke with Dr. Monda at any point on phone, isn't it?
Every communication was done through my dad.
Your father.
Yes.
And so even the threat came through your father.
No, this was, it came through now, it's Honorable Siocha, whom I reported the issue to, and told me to write a formal statement.
No, I don't know if you are mixing the issues.
Yes.
We are talking about being threatened.
Yes.
We are in agreement this far that there was no communication between you and Dr. Monda. Every time you needed to communicate with Dr. Monda, you do it through your father, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the question is, you, at a certain point, labor under the feeling that you have been threatened. That feeling was communicated to you by your father, or by who, or by what?
You know, when I told my dad I want to make a formal complaint, he was not of the idea.
Please just answer the question
Yes.
directly. It is your father who told you.
Yeah,
Dr. Monda is very upset and has threatened your life.
He did not say, okay, I got the information from my dad,
Yes.
and also got some
So the
information.
Senate can then rest and say, knowing that the point that you are threatened was communicated to you by your father, that it came from Dr. Monda, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, now that's good enough. I want to move on from there. Now, look at paragraph 17. I have two last issues I want to discuss. Okay, first of all, paragraph 12. You have nothing to show that any 300,000 was given to Dr. Monda, do you? Other than saying it, other than word of mouth.
No.
You don't have.
Yes.
And your witness for the point that 300,000 was given to Dr. Monda is your father, Mr. Joseph Misat, isn't it?
Yes, I was with my dad.
He was. And he will come and testify and say, I was with my son when we gave Dr. Monda the money.
Yes, I was with him.
Okay. Now, let's move on to paragraph 17. You say, I informed my father and the deputy governor of my intention. No, paragraph 15. You say that I thereafter wrote a demand letter to the deputy governor. Could you confirm that in the totality of the documents you brought, you've not given us a copy of that demand letter?
What I did after the complaint to the Honorable Siocha, Wycliffe Siocha?
No, I'm just asking.
Yes.
We have documents here which the Senate is looking at, as you've seen, we've gone through. That letter is not amongst the letters. There is no demand letter, isn't it, that you've brought to this Senate or to the Assembly, isn't it?
I gave the copy to Honorable Siocha.
And so you don't know, it's Mr. Siaja, Honorable Siaja will explain it. Eh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Then you reported to EACC, isn't it?
Yes, I did.
Now, I would like you to, honorable members, I want to refer to our bundle, DG's bundle, page 16, where the letter of EACC is. Now, could you confirm that this is not the letter of complaint? This letter at page 16. Why do they keep taking away the document from you, Dennis? Okay, you're at page 16. So page 16 is a letter dated 6th of February 2024, delivered to the EACC on 20th of February, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that letter, that's not the letter you used to make your complaint, isn't it? This is a follow-up letter. Let's just go direct like that.
This is a follow-up letter.
Okay. Have you brought this Senate a copy of your letter of complaint tabulating the issues you have complained against Dr.
The complaints were recorded.
Yes.
And there was no end document given.
So you have nothing to show it?
Yeah, it's only the recording that they did at the ESCC.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have no reference number?
There was no reference number given.
Now, this Senate is investigative in this kind of matters and might want to know whether that report was made. Could you tell this Senate, what day did you make this report to ESCC?
It was before this.
I'm saying, so you were prepared to make this case. You're saying you reported to ESCC. Could you tell us, was it on 14th of February 2023 or 16th or whichever date? Could you give us a specific date? Or you don't have a date?
I cannot remember the specific date.
Now, which place did you report this to?
AICC.
Where?
Integrity.
Integrity House.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your statement is at Integrity House.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if the Senate wants to summon somebody to confirm that, who did you record your statement with? Give us a name.
Oh, I don't know the name, but after I made the complaint,
I'll just answer the question directly so that we move. You don't have the name. You don't have a name.
I remember she was a lady, but I don't remember the name.
Sorry? You?
She was a lady.
She was a lady?
Yes, but I don't know.
Right-handed or left-handed? Or you don't know?
I cannot tell you.
Okay. But you don't know the name, you don't know the date, and you have no copy of any bit of any complaint. Okay. I would like then to move on to a different issue as I close. What is your wish from this Senate? Your wish is that you get back your money. Is that what you want the Senate to say? What is your wish?
You know, my wish as a young graduate,
yes,
is just a representation,
yes,
of the exploits that
you cried about your money. You cried about your money, and so is it your point that you want the DG to be punished? You want him to lose his job, or you want refund of your money? What is it you want this Senate to do?
I complained, I made the complaint to the.
You're not answering my question.
I wanted back my money.
You want back your money?
Yes.
And your expectation is that this Senate will tell the DG to give you back your money?
So
okay. So let me ask you differently.
Yeah.
Have you filed a civil suit?
Sorry?
For refund of your money?
No.
And is it your interest that your father's friend be punished? Is your point that I want punishment for him, or that's not your interest? Your interest is money or punishment?
My interest is not only money.
Yes.
It's my long-term savings that I've made over the period of years.
Yes, that's the same point. You want
Yes,
money. Yes.
Yes, and this is just a representation of the youth.
Yes. So I'm asking
of
you.
the exploits we are going through. These politicians who ask favors in return of jobs. So I'm just a representative of the youth.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you've come to represent the youth in making this complaint.
I actually say yes.
You've come
And if there are other youths out there who have
So you've
not,
come here on behalf of the youth.
sorry,
You have come on behalf of other youth.
this was on my.
Please answer my question, yes or no. You've come on behalf of other youth.
It's both.
Okay. And your
Yes.
tears this afternoon is also for the rest of the youth.
It was my lifetime savings. Is for the baby I lost.
Now
through
let's
this
look at
process.
page 15 of the DG's bundle, which is your letter of complaint.
Page
15 of that same bundle. Page 15, honorable members. At page 15, you've said the only are you at page 15?
This one.
Yes, that one, yes. You said, I have written to you because the deputy governor is acting with impunity. I believe as a member of the county assembly, you are in a position to assist me by disciplining him through the county assembly. All you've come is to punish him. You're not even interested in your money and your salon. You're only interested in him being punished, isn't it?
Punishing him means it's a refund. And to see.
Have you asked for any refund in any of either your affidavit or your statement?
I wrote actually to him to get a refund to complain the money he took for me.
Okay.
Yes.
I will move on because I just want to use the last thing I want to explore before I hand over to my colleague is page 13. If you could go to page 13 kindly, the second paragraph, page 13 of the DG's bundle, honorable members. Are you there at page 13? Paragraph 2, you said, the brief facts are that in April last year, 2023, my father relayed some information he had received from the deputy governor about an advert on Quasco. You can see that?
It's on page?
Page 13, please. Page 13. Are you at page 13? Your letter of 19th December. Yeah, this one. This one. So I'm inviting you to paragraph 2. Are you at paragraph 2?
Yeah.
The brief facts, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, could you confirm this is what you wrote? The brief facts are that in April last year, 2023, my father relayed some information he had received from the deputy governor. You can see?
Yes.
Now, this letter was written when?
The letter I wrote to.
You wrote this letter when?
December.
December, 19th December.
Yes.
So taking paragraph 2 for its full meaning, it means you wrote this letter last year, 2022.
Sorry?
Taking this paragraph 2 for its full meaning, it means the brief facts that are that in April last year, which is 2022, isn't it?
I think there was a mistake in typing. It was the same year.
This is a mistake.
Yeah, it was the same year.
And you're telling this assembly,
Yes.
They should have read brief facts of this year, 2023.
Yes.
Who wrote this letter, you or Honorable Sioja?
I'm the one who wrote.
Who wrote
He
it?
told me to write a form of complaint.
Now, I put it to you that it is true that this letter was backdated to all these events. Is Honorable Sioja came to you and said, we are looking on behalf of the governor for a way to remove the deputy governor. And we know you have an issue with him. Could you please do a complaint? And then the two of you then backdated the letter to 2023 when we were already living in the year 2024.
Actually, honorable members,
Yes.
There was no backdate.
You deny
there was no
you
backdate.
deny that you're not a weaponized youth.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want us to go then, since you say that, to page 14. Are you at page 14? At page 14. I would like us to look at paragraph C. Are you at paragraph C? Are you at paragraph C, please?
Yes.
At paragraph C, you said 50,000 on 28th May through my M-Pesa. And then after that statement, you said, and next year to unmarked DMM4 is a true copy of my M-Pesa statement, printout reflecting the said transaction. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, I attached my M-Pesa statement.
You attached your M-Pesa statement.
Yes.
You attached it to the letter of 19th December 2023.
Yes.
So you had an M-Pesa statement on 19th of December, which you attached to that letter and sent to Sioja, isn't it?
The one I sent to Sioja.
The one you're relying on in this Senate, isn't it?
This is the one I gave to. I gave this statement.
Okay, so
to
let's
Sioja.
look at the
Yes.
annexure then. I would like you to go to page. I would like us to go to page 22. Page 22 of that same bundle, the Deputy Governor's bundle. Actually, page 21. Sorry, your honorable members. Are you at page 21? Are you at page 21?
Yes.
Is it true that the date of obtaining this M-Pesa statement was 29th January 2024, as we said a few minutes ago in my cross-examination?
It's true. This
It's
is
true,
when-
29th
yes.
April.
Yes.
So when you are saying you're attaching it,
Yeah.
and it is December 2023, this M-Pesa did not exist, did it?
I gave the first I gave the M-Pesa transaction. The first one I made, I printed through a Safaricom.
Yes.
Again, he called me, said he had misplaced the statement.
I put it to you that you're
Yes.
lying.
I'm not lying.
You're not lying.
Yes.
Where is that statement you had as of December 2023?
No, that's I gave to Sioja.
So Sioja has,
Yes.
so Sioja has.
When I made a formal complaint, I attached my M-Pesa statement. I attached my interview application.
So
Yes, all those
you are saying you gave
documents.
Honorable Sioja
Yes.
a statement, an M-Pesa statement
Yes.
that existed as at 19,
Yes.
as at 19th December 2023.
Yeah.
And it's not this one.
Yeah.
And this is not the annexure you put there.
This is
This is not the annexure you gave Honorable Sioja.
This is another one I printed again. Yeah.
And that other one that you had is not, you've not presented it anywhere, have you?
The
It's
first
nowhere
one.
in the whole of your case, isn't it?
The first one I gave it to Sioja. I told you. Yeah.
The Sioja frustrated your case by doing that. I put it to you again, that the truth of it is that you wrote this letter in post 29th of January 2024. You carelessly said, I am enclosing an M-Pesa statement, which then buried your case by showing that indeed you are deep into the year 2024.
That's not true.
This statement shows that indeed this statement dated 19th December by yourself and stamped by Honorable Sioja on 21st February is backdated.
I'm not getting the whole sense in it because
You're
I
not
told
telling
you.
me.
Yes.
All I'm saying is, you write a letter dated 19th December. You say I'm enclosing an M-Pesa statement.
Yes.
The M-Pesa statement turns out to have been on 29th of January 2024, long after 19th of December, meaning you did not have this M-Pesa statement on 19th of December.
That's why I told you.
Which in
yes.
effect means you wrote this letter after 29th of January 2024, and both yourself and Honorable Sioja backdated it. You backdated it to 19th of December and prepared a stamp with Honorable Sioja dated 21st of December 2023.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Yes.
I will, anyway, it is true from where we stand. Honorable Speaker, I would like my colleague, Mr. Kevin Michuki, to ask a few questions, probably about 10 minutes, and then we are done. Thank you.
Senator Gloria Robo, what's your intervention on this? Council, just hold.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to intervene when senior counsel was there because we are following the proceedings, Mr. Speaker, and I feel that they are not allowing for the witness to answer. So if they can just allow for the witness to answer, because we are also following, we are not getting the,
Very well noticed.
yeah, they are badgering the witness.
That is passed. Senior counsel has already concluded with the witness. Counsel, proceed and ask your questions.
Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, sir, before council addresses you, we were cautioned that we have 4 hours. Just for guidance purposes, do our 4 hours include the cross-examination session and time consumed?
Yes, counsel for the county assembly. Remember, the directions given was that you've been given 4 hours wholesome, which means it's inclusive of your examination in chief, cross-exam, and re-exam. So you have so far, I believe, we started at 2:30, or rather 3:30. You've done almost 2 hours of your time.
Then to that effect, would there be equality of arms? And I'm guided by your directions, Mr. Speaker, so that then the defense does not eat into our time, because that could be their strategy as well. And we still have 5 more witnesses aligned. Could we get directions as to how do we get equality of arms in that respect?
Proceed mindful of the time that is provided for the county assembly as well as the defense, as we will deal with it as we progress. Senator Okoli.
Thank you. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Yangu yalikuwa kwamba lazima nipate mwelekeo Mheshimiwa Spika. Viongozi senators walio hapa si vyema wao kuchukua nafasi kana kwamba ni mawakili ama wawakilishi wa aidha washukiwa ama washtakiwa katika mswada huu Mheshimiwa Spika. Wawache kesi iendelee jinsi inavyopaswa.
Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Perhaps, Chair, then the indication would be, I don't know if in the program there was specification of the amount of time to be taken in cross-examination, so that we have a fair idea of how much time is left for cross-exam. Even the counsel of the DG, I'm sure would want to know how much time he's playing with.
As earlier on indicated, the intervention, or rather the time that was given at the point of starting these proceedings was that 4 hours is availed to the county assembly. The 4 hours was wholesome. That means you divide that time with regards to re-exam, cross-examination, and examination in chief. However, let's progress. Be mindful of the time. We will appropriately give instructions at that time, but be mindful of that time allocation as you proceed. Council, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, members of the House, for the record, I am Kevin Mishuki, appearing for the Deputy Governor. Good afternoon, Mr. Misati.
Good afternoon to you.
I'll start you off by first inquiring. Are you a resident of Kisii County or Nyamira County?
I'm a resident of Nyamira County.
Nyamira County.
Yeah, I come from Nyamira County.
So if someone was to tell us you are a resident of Nyaribari, Chache, they would be lying.
It would be a lie.
It would be a lie.
Yes.
If Mr. Siochi, who moved the motion at the county assembly, was to say you are a member of his ward, that would be a lie.
It will be a lie.
Okay.
Yes.
You've indicated that you are working and running businesses in Nairobi County.
Yes.
When did you move back to Kisii or to Nyamira?
After I did my interview.
No. April, March,
It was
February.
April. It was in the month of April, yeah, last year.
April 2023.
Yes.
Okay. And then when did you go and meet the DG?
I met him at his home on 28th of May.
Of May?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you met the DG or went to his place?
That was the first time that I went to his place, but I'd met him several before.
Okay, at his place, this was the first time you went with your brothers and your father?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been in Nairobi before that?
For a period of 13 years.
13 years?
Yes.
So since the DG came into office, you've been resident in Nairobi?
Yes.
Okay. So you cannot state how often your father visits the DG at his place?
I cannot tell.
Okay. So whether that was a regular occurrence or not, you cannot say?
Yes.
Okay. You've indicated that you were employed by a corporation known as Together as One.
Yes.
Have you provided any proof of this fact?
No.
Okay. Was the money that you utilized to invest in your salon sourced from your employment or from your gambling activities?
It was from my salon business.
So you moved to, I go back to the issue of moving to Nyamira in April. Yes?
Yeah.
This was before you learned of this job at Guasco?
After learning about the positions, when now relocated to Nyamira.
But when did you apply for this job, this particular job?
It was early April. After I made the application, I did the interview. So when I came back to Nairobi and moved back.
Okay, I'll move you to there's your sale agreement of your salon.
Yeah.
You can refer to that.
Yes. I remember. I
It's,
remember the
it's in your bundle. Not that bundle, the other bundle. Yes, when was this agreement made? When was the agreement made?
At Roy.
What page is that? You can, just for the house to be aware.
256. 56.
The agreement is dated at the bottom.
Yes.
On which date?
20th April.
20th April 2023.
Yes.
Okay. When you sold your salon, had you applied for the job?
There was a communication that the adverts will be out. So I prepared for an interview.
Had you even learned of this job at that time?
At this time, yes.
Okay, I'll take you
Yes.
to your statements.
Sorry?
To your statement, refer to your statement. It's at page. Still bundle, volume number 1 of the County Assembly's bundle. All right, it's at page 248. Yes, I'd like you to read paragraph number 6 for the House. Mr. Misati.
Sorry?
Just read it out.
Read number 6.
Yes.
That on Friday, 21st April 2023, while I was working with the company known as Together as One Microfinance as a marketer, my father brought to my attention the advertisement for job vacancies with Wasco on its website. I downloaded the advert and applied for the post of a commercial manager.
Yes, so on the 21st, when your father brings it to your attention, that there's a job at Guasco, you had already made an agreement and sold your salon.
There was an earlier communication that I should prepare.
We go with what is on
Yes,
record.
yes.
According to the record,
Yeah.
you had already sold your salon.
We had made an agreement, but I had not sold the salon.
Councillor Mishuki.
An agreement to do what?
Councillor
To sell,
Mishuki, just for purposes of housekeeping and for purposes of timekeeping as well, I have indicated that you, both for purposes of the case of the County Assembly, had 4 hours allocated. We have so far done 52 minutes in examination in chief. Cross-examination so far has taken 60 minutes. We are yet to deal with re-examination. Now, going forward, Council Mishuki, remember, if I had Senior Council Katwa indicated that you will take 10 minutes, I believe you will be done hopefully in the next 5 minutes with your cross-examination, so that we embark on re-exam and rework on the timelines going forward with the remainder of the witnesses. So I'm giving you so that you close hopefully in the next 5 minutes.
Mr.
on
Speaker.
that part. Before I give you back the mic, Senator Okongo.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you have dealt with part of the issue that I wanted to draw to your attention. We have done a number of impeachments on plenary. And Mr. Speaker, what normally happens from the chair, you give guidance to the length of time that will be spent for cross-examination. You know, this is a time-bound proceeding. We only have 2 days. If the defense is allowed to cross-examine for the entire of this evening, we will not have the benefit of taking evidence from the other witnesses. Like what is happening, Council Katwa did very well. He took us through the agreement. He made reference to the dates. Council is again taking us back to the same agreement, repeating the same questions. I plead that you give guidance for full compliance on the time that the defense should take for cross-examination so that we make progress.
Point taken, and of course you are aware from the chair, there's definitely no way the chair can intervene as to what you've just said. However, for purposes of proceeding, Councillor Mishuki, you should be closing in the next 5 minutes. We will give directives. I will give directives in your next witness. Of course, this must have been your star witness, and that's why this much time has been taken. Proceed to conclude. That
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are guided and equally guided by Senior Counsel. Mr. Misati.
Yes.
We shall move from that point and move to a quite emotive issue, it seemed. In your evidence in chief, you raised an issue that is neither in your statements or in the motion that was moved in the county assembly about your wife who was expectant having a miscarriage.
Yes, I did.
You can confirm to the House that this was not in your complaint to Honorable Siochi.
I had explained to him the
letter that we have, is it in that letter?
In the letter, it was not there.
Okay.
So
is it in the motion that was moved at the county assembly?
I'm not aware, but I thought this was more of a personal family issue.
You have raised it before this tribunal, so
Yes.
we have to go to it.
Yes.
Have you put before this court, this honorable House, any documents to support this fact?
No, I haven't, because it was it took place in Kisii. I was not able to get the documents.
Can you at least give us a timeline? When did it happen?
It was August last year.
August last year.
Yes.
You've indicated that you made a statement to the EACC.
Yes, I did.
Yes. I'll take you to the follow-up that we have, the one you were referred to by Mr. Kato, just for confirmation purposes.
Yes.
There's nothing else you've placed before this tribunal or sent to Siochi with regards to the EACC?
I made the complaint when I came here around January. So when I made the complaint to EICC.
But nothing has been placed before this House, except that follow-up letter.
It was the follow-up letter.
Okay. You also testified that Lucy Waheto was called to record a statement at EACC, according to your knowledge, yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you, on what source did you get this information? Where did you get this information from?
I made a complaint to EICC.
Where did you get the information that Lucy had been called to EACC to record a statement?
Through the communication I got from EICC.
You got a communication from
Yeah,
EACC?
there's a lady who called me after I submitted my
What was this lady called? This is another unknown person?
I cannot remember the exact name, but
So another nameless unknown person from EACC. We move to the money that you paid. The transactions happened on the 28th of May.
yes,
Was this before or after you were shortlisted?
it was after.
It was after you were shortlisted.
Yeah.
Was this before or after you were interviewed?
It was after I was interviewed.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were making a bribe to engage a process that had already occurred?
Earlier on, I did not call it a bribe.
Or a facilitation fee
Yes,
to
yeah.
facilitate a process that had already occurred? Okay. The nod should go on record. You have
It
noted
means
yes.
yes.
Okay.
Means yes, yeah.
That must be your conclusion, right?
Mr. Speaker, sir, give me just some leeway, 2 questions.
I'd given you 5 minutes, Council.
They're almost, I can see a few seconds.
Yes, that's why I'm telling you that must be your last question.
Mr. Misati,
Yes, sir.
you explained that the reason you went with your father to this meeting was to act as a witness to the facilitation fee being paid.
Yes.
Okay. Were your brothers, who you say were also there,
Yes.
also witnesses?
This was my money. This was my.
No,
yes.
I'm not asking you whose money it was. Were your brother also witnesses to this facilitation fee?
Yes, they were
payment?
present. Yeah.
They were?
Yeah.
Have you called any of them as your witnesses to support that fact?
I haven't.
You haven't?
Yes.
Okay. You're afraid they'll say something different?
Sorry?
You're afraid they'll say something different? Or they'll side with your father and say that was his money?
I don't know the communication, but I took it personal, on a personal level.
Last question. The follow-up that we discussed from the EACC at page 16 of the DG's bundle. Page 16, 16.
Yes.
You can see that letter?
Yes.
When was it received at the EACC?
It was written on 20th February.
20th February of which year?
2024, this year.
Of this year?
Yes.
After the motion had already been moved at the county assembly?
It was before.
A motion was not placed at the county assembly on the 13th?
You cannot tell
You cannot tell the
counter assembly
particulars of
issues, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Misati.
Okay.
Very well. Mr. Ndegwa. Yes, please. Now we need to guide in terms of time. How much time do you need for?
Mr. Speaker, sir, for re-examination, I'll only take we'll take cumulatively a total of about 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Proceed, then we'll guide on the subsequent witnesses.
Dennis, you recall being asked a question why your mother was sending the money to you, yes?
Yes, I remember.
And you have had the allegation that this was a debt that was being paid, yes?
Yes.
And you've also confirmed that the deputy governor and your father had the traditions of sending money to each other previously, yes?
Yeah.
Were you involved in those transactions before?
No, I wasn't.
You only confirmed that this is the only transaction that you are involved?
Yeah, this was the first and the only one I was involved in.
And confirm that the purpose which you are involved is because you are so the matter related directly to you in search of a job, yes?
Yes.
Confirm that the facilitation fee was sought by one deputy governor, yes?
Yes.
Further confirm that it is your father who told you that the deputy governor has placed a demand for purposes of securing that job, yes?
Yes.
Further confirm that it is your father who told you to send the 200,000 shillings to Mr. Monda, yes?
Yes, it's the one.
Further confirm that during the time at which you sent or the transaction was commenced, the recruitment for that post had not occurred, yes?
Yes.
You have been asked and taken through the statement about the gambling, yes?
Yes.
Did the gambling come before you sold the salon or after you sold the salon?
It was after.
After you sold the salon?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And that is a confirmation that one Mr. Monda rendered you destitute, yes?
Yes, it's true.
I'll take you, then I yield to Mr. Mutuma. Honorable Senators, I am referring to our bundle of documents, the big book, volume 1, page 189. And as they open page 189, you recall a question was put to you as between the deputy governor and your father, who approached who, yes?
Yes.
Are you there at page 189?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Can you see where we have Mr. Katwa Kigen asking questions?
Yes.
And where we have the Honorable Deputy Governor answering?
Yes.
I want you to read the paragraph that begins, Mr. Speaker, just as a good friend, Mr. Joseph Misati and I, somewhere in April, I was made to know that there is an advert. Can you read that paragraph?
So it reads, Mr. Speaker, just as good friends.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the Hansons for 29th of February 2023 that took place at the County Assembly of Kisii. What is the Deputy Governor saying in that statement?
Mr. Speaker, just as good friends, Mr. Joseph Misati and I, somewhere in April, I was made to know that there is an advert that has come up at Wasco, and Misati as a friend could ask me that his son has also tendered his application. Is it possible for him to be assisted to get a good job, to get a job? Yes.
Who is making that averment? Is it your father? Is it you or the deputy governor?
It's the deputy governor.
Is he confirming that he was involved in search of that job in your favor?
Yes.
Is he confirming that Mr. Misati, that your father, is the one who approached him for purpose of that job?
Yes.
The issue of reference of the word son, who is being referred to in these circumstances?
I'm the son.
You are the son.
Yes.
You are put to task to explain why you cried, and you say that you cried because of your money, yes?
Yes.
Is there any other reason that made you cry?
Yes, I lost my baby.
You lost your baby?
Yes.
While you are at that stand, Mr. Dennis, you heard the speaker directing that the sergeant at Hamdas take charge of another cry that came to the gallery, yes? And I'm sorry for that, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, in your directions for re-examination, the direction is that re-examination be targeted at issues that were canvassed in the evidence in chief. We did not make any reference of anybody in the gallery or the sergeant at arms, and I think that issue should not be introduced.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well, Mr. Ndegwa.
With due respect to senior counsel, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you may.
Listen, the chair is on the mic. Guide your witness, do proper exam. You are a practitioner.
Mr. Speaker, but I believe counsel, having practiced for many years, and I have, he knows that facts in issue or facts not in issue can become an issue. And there's a question as why they cry. Dennis, I am sorry for that ordeal. Do you connect the loss of your child by any means to the proceedings or to whatever happened between you and the deputy governor?
Yes, I do.
Finally, Dennis, as I yield. At the time the deputy governor sought for this money, had recruitment been made?
Not yet.
When was the interview?
The interview was 25th May.
When was the recruitment?
It was done later, around August, September.
Around July, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to Mr. Mutuma.
Thank you, my learned friend, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. I have three questions. One, Mr. Dennis Misati, during the cross-examination, you were put to task to explain why in your statement you said that money was transacted from your father's M-Pesa to the deputy governor's M-Pesa, yet evidence shows that it came from Cooperative Bank. Can you explain whether this transaction was mobile banking transaction or was it a direct withdrawal from Cooperative Bank? What was the nature of that transaction?
I think it was a mobile banking transaction.
Mobile banking transaction. Yes. So that then, whether it was from M-Pesa or not, it is your father's gadget that was used to transact.
Yes, it was my father's, yes.
Thank you. You've also been accused of being a criminal who bribes.
Yes.
Offering a bribe is a crime.
Yeah.
What motivated you to offer what now you're calling facilitation? Was it because you had a criminal mentality, or what was the motivating factor? What drove you to give the 800,000 shillings?
It was the agency to get a decent employment. Like any other youth out there, we always hope for the best. And if we get a decent employment, it means the betterment of the family.
Thank you. Finally, you have been accused of being a gambler. And we have seen occasionally you've gambled and spent a negligible amount of money in gambling. Is it in your nature to gamble?
No.
What led you to begin gambling?
It was due to hard life at times. So it was a means of trying another luck.
A source of livelihood?
Yes.
Thank you. And that will be all, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we wish to dispense with this witness at this moment and call our next witness.
Witness, you may, yes, Sifuna.
And unless, of course, the honorable senators have a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Council, before you do, we have a few interventions. Mr. Speaker, I wanted some clarity on two issues, and this concern is addressed to Senior Counsel Katwa Keegan. Katwa, could you tell me what conclusions you wanted me as a senator to draw, this House to draw, from that cross-examination on the witness's gambling history? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to know from the defense whether there was an admission, or there is an admission, or it is the position of the defense that in fact a crime was committed and therefore the witness is a criminal.
Before Senior Counsel Katwa responds to that, if there are any clarifications honorable members would want to get from the respective councils, we will limit per person 2 minutes. I'll limit any such clarification to 2 minutes so that we keep time and we program as we go ahead. Senior Counsel Katwa.
The two questions that have been put to me is what inference we pray that the Senate draws based on the data on the gambling. All we are asking honorable members is to treat the testimony of the complainant with circumspection. We would want you to take what he says with an amount of caution, that is not necessarily saying the truth. And that from where he has come, he is inclined to get things for free and cheaply. On the question of whether the question of him having admitted a crime means we are admitting a crime, we are saying we are not making any admissions. We are merely saying that in the quest that he has put in his letter of complaint, he is so determined to have the deputy governor punished to a point that he's prepared to incriminate himself and make an admission of having committed a crime, provided he's ready to shoot his foot, provided he gets the deputy governor punished. That is the sense in which we are raising the point of his admission of the crime. Of course, we are also saying that you should treat him with circumspection. I hope I have answered the question. Thank you.
Senator Onyonga Eric. Richard, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a question I just wanted to ask the young gentleman. It came to me that all the transactions you were making are all actually done at night. Was there a reason why that was the case?
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Governor called us at his home. It was called around 7, heading to 8. That's when we got from home so that we can go to his home place. We sat there until 9 p.m. That's when we left his home.
All right, Senator Joe Newt is not in. Senator Halwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to Senior Counsel Katwa. Counsel, the witness has attempted to demonstrate the facilitation of 800,000. And you have challenged the witness and given the impression that he was involved in criminal activity. Counsel, can you help me? If you want me to believe that by dint of that suggestion, the witness was a criminal, are you therefore admitting that the recipient, Deputy Governor, is equally criminally implicated?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that's the question that my learned friend, Honorable Sifuna, had asked, and our answer remains the same. Our position is that the 500,000 was a refund. Our position is that there is no relationship between the payment that was remitted to Dr. Monda and any allegation of bribery. It is our position that there is such a concerted effort to impeach and damage the name of the deputy governor that the witness is prepared to incriminate himself if that is the only measure that would need to be taken for the deputy governor to be punished. And therefore, the possibility is that he has not committed that crime, that he doesn't believe in the bribery, but because it is the only way that it can achieve the punishment of the deputy governor, he is prepared therefore to say that I have actually committed a crime so that it places the matter before you. We are not making any admission of any wrongdoing on our part. I hope I have answered your question, Honorable.
Very well. Take your seat, Senior Counsel Katwa. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will stay with that line of questioning. Supposing, Senior Counsel Katwa Keegan, supposing there's an admission on the part of the witness that indeed he actually participated in a criminal activity, would that absolve the deputy governor from the liability of a similar crime? And secondly, you said the reason why you're pushing the line of gambling is to demonstrate before this house that the witness cannot be relied on and that he has a history of using easy ways to get money. Is it then your admission, Senior Counsel, that we are not, or we should never expect to hear any truth from a person that does gambling? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senior Counsel Katwa.
Again, honorable members, we make no admission. But for argument's sake, if it were to be the case that the witness were to say, in the state of my mind, I gave out the amount deeming it to be a bribe. There is no corresponding state of mind on the part of the deputy governor that he's receiving a bribe, because in the mind of the deputy governor, he is receiving a refund of money he had given to the parents of my friend Dennis. So on the part of the governor, his position is that he's receiving an innocent refund of his money. Even on the part of the witness, then, the state of his mind is that I'm giving out a bribe. That has nothing to do with the culpability of the deputy governor. On the question of gambling, I did not intend to say that the fact that my friend Mr. Dennis is involved in gambling necessarily makes him completely unbelievable. I was merely saying that that should be treated, his testimony should be treated with circumspection. You should exercise caution in entertaining what he has said and the truth of what he's saying. But I'm not saying that it is utterly and completely nothing.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. Honorable members, I'll only allow one last person to make that inquiry, Senator Karungo Thangwa, so that we progress from there to the next witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have one question for the witness. And the question is, I want to know his feeling that his father is coming to testify against him. We just want to know the feeling. And then, Mr. Speaker, if the witness got the job, could he have complained?
Proceed, Dennis.
Okay,
to
Mr.
attempt
Speaker,
that.
I think on humanitarian grounds, it's very sad, it's very emotional that my dad is against the reality, is against the truth. He's colluding with somebody who took my money. He's calling a refund instead of what they call facilitation. It isn't a good feeling as a son. And the second question you asked, I think, if the facilitation that I was asked really was needed and it led me to the job, then why could I be here? I would comfortably work in the office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, my dashboard is full. You're all aware these are time-bound proceedings and we must progress. How do we progress? I will not allow any additional member to seek any clarification. We will have a period within which to get at our time those confirmations. And I will therefore direct that the witness can step down. Thank you very much, Dennis. And counsel, proceed to call your next witness. And as you prepare to call the witness, you will indicate the time that you will require for that particular witness so that we cap the time you will take to take the examination in chief as well as cross-examination. so that for purposes of time, it's now 12 minutes past